start.
Okay. Maybe we could do Tibetan one time and English 2 times today.
Excuse me?
It's okay if we do Tibetan one time.
You want to do it in Tibetan?
Try, yeah.
Ask them.
Okay.
Not me.
Okay.
If they're happy, let's go ahead.
Yeah, we're used to it. I think we're used to it. Okay. Page 1. Dala dangwar sepe dra no par sepe ge tarpa dang tamche chenpe pardu chupar sepa tamche jiso se manam kadang nyampe semchen tamche dewa dang de duna dang dra nudu nala mepe yang da par zope sanju rinpoche toparcha. All mother sentient beings, limitless as space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. All mother sentient beings, limitless as space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. For that purpose, until I attain Buddhahood, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Until death, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Day until this time tomorrow, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Janju Ningpo Chiche Bar Sangye Namla Japsu Chi Chodang Janju Senpai Solan Deishin Japsu Chi Chitar Longi Deisheki Sanju Tugni Che Padang Janju Senpe La Pala Teta Rimzin Epatar Dejen Drola Pendondu Janjub Semni Chegijin Dejen Duni La Pala Rimba Jindu La Parchi. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the bodhisattva's path. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the bodhisattva's path. Sangye Chodan Sokye Chognam La Chanju Pado Dane Gyaltsen Lage Jinso Jipe Sonam Ki Dola Pencher Sangye Chupar Sho. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Manam kadang nyampe semchen tamche dewa dang dewe gyudan dempar churji dungao dang dungyao ki gyudan drawar churji Dunao me pe dewa dang mi drawar churji Devin cha dang yi dang drawe dang yom la ne pa jurji. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. An infinite array of worlds, each with 4 continents and the wealth of infinite oceans of realms. If I bring them all to mind and offer them without exception, please hold with compassion all the beings they contain. My body, enjoyments, and whatever I own, my aggregates, elements, and sense sources, my aspirations now and in times to come, as well as everything I grasp as mine, by offering them all, may I be blessed with the end of self-grasping, completely liberated from the bounds of real and unreal, transcending the names and attributes of arising, cessation, and abiding, coming and going, affirmation and denial. The supreme mandala is the natural state. By offering it, may I be blessed to attain the state of Buddhahood. Om Guru Dewa Daki Ratna Mandala Pratija. Namo to the Guru, the utter purity of all appearance and existence. I offer all appearance and existence arisen as a primordial ground. I supplicate you, may the 3 realms be completely liberated. Please grant blessings to empty samsara from its depths. Lord, with 5 omniscient wisdoms, crown ornament, kind one with loving nature, precious protector of beings, heart of all Buddhas, inexpressible by words or thought, I supplicate you from the core of my mind. Bless me from within the state of Dharmata. Bless me to realize this mind, primordially pure and unborn, as the unfathomable Dharmakaya. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the greater and lesser vehicles and the teachings common to both according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings. Good morning, everybody. First, just relax yourself. Just be in this place, your body and the mind. And the past is just past, finished, not here. Future is not yet come here.
And this moment is just very momentary, transitory nature. It doesn't stay in 1 second, you see, just passing through, moment to moment. That's called momentary. See? So this moment that we're now having this state cannot touch. It's just momentary, passing through. So that's the reality nature. So within this state, everybody, the desire for peace and happiness. And nobody desires suffering. So see this. So with this mind, first you breathe in all the loving kindness of all the Buddhas within you. Just breathe in and pervade your body and mind. And then when you breathe out, first on the assessment, you heal your body and mind fully. And you meditate yourself, become the embodiment of loving kindness. And then when you breathe out, you send your loving kindness to all the sentient beings. And they are healed and they receive the loving kindness of your altruistic thought. Okay. Now please breathe in fully. And exhale. And relax the mind. The next, then when we breathe in all the Buddha's compassion, the pervading compassion based on the wisdom, desire that every sentient beings to free from suffering, including yourself. So when we breathe in compassion, to meditate, all our suffering and cause of sufferings are purified. We become the embodiment of compassion. And with this, when you breathe out, you just your compassion you send to all the sentient beings. Their suffering and cause of sufferings are healed, purified. And now please breathe in fully. And exhale. Next, when we breathe in, then we breathe in all the bodhicitta. Bodhicitta, both aspiration and action bodhicitta. You breathe in from the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. Fully breathe in and you meditate, you become the embodiment of bodhicitta. Nature of the bodhicitta. When you breathe out all our obscurations which opposes the bodhicitta, fully purified. And then you just develop such that kind of mind is called the indomitable courage of the bodhicitta. To practice that and to benefit all sentient beings, to achieve enlightenment, to attain Buddhahood. Yeah. So please breathe in fully. And exhale. Thank you. So you can do this practice now and anytime. When you go to the beach, you can do this practice. If you go to the mountain, you can do this practice. In your office, you can do this practice. When you're driving, you can do this practice. Every time, anywhere. Then you should appreciate. So you see, every moment is this opportunity to practice this loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta. No? We just need the mindfulness, awareness. When you have this awareness and mindfulness, then every opportunity is the opportunity to practice these precious teachings, the teachings within us. And you can see the benefit there just that moment, without any expectation. No need to expect anything, just do it. And all our mental afflictions are just purified. So this practice of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta is the absolute method to purify all the disadvantage of the mental confusion. So that's the Buddha taught. When you read Bodhicitta Avatara, right at the beginning of the chapter, Shadideva mentioned, Buddha who talked, who trained himself, first not talked, he trained himself for eons and eons to benefit sentient beings. The Bodhicitta is the one he found, that which will benefit all sentient beings without discrimination. So when we pay attention on this, this will benefit all the sentient beings. First, we get the benefit. In first place, see, as soon as you practice this, you get the benefit. As soon as you develop loving kindness, how much benefit is there? As soon as you develop compassion, now compassion, as you know, there are sometimes we call idiot compassion, making only confused, you are confused, other confused. In the name of compassion, then you are just, you feel miserable and you make others miserable in the name of compassion. So the compassion must be based on the wisdom, skillful means. Instead of cause of suffering, should be become the cause to dispel the suffering in your mind and others, you see. And do these things without expectation. Simply just practice. Nothing to expect, because it's a matter of your own practice. When you practice yourself, then you see there is a space to help others. When you got the benefit, then you have resource to help others, benefit others. When your mind is open, spacious, relaxed, you can give space for others, peace to others. When your mind is totally confined, trapped, entangled within the confusion, there's no resource to give peace and happiness to others, you see. So, Lord Chitta said, Buddha is the embodiment of bodhicitta. Sangye ne Changjo Semche Rangsuk in the Konchig text mentioned that. So that, as we did yesterday, the ceremony, relative bodhicitta, absolute bodhicitta, that, combined. Because you see that the very relative state, nature itself, is nothing but absolute. As in the Heart Sutra mentioned, the form is emptiness. So form is relative state. And the form is emptiness, is absolute, ultimate. So without the form, there's no emptiness. So emptiness is the form. So all our confusion that we have is relative state. That very nature of the confusion itself is nothing but is empty. When you have the wisdom. When we don't have the wisdom, the confusion that mingles each other. And they work together. The three poisons or the five poisons of the mind. They are called the cronies, which are the root cause of suffering. They work each other. So do you see? So that's why Buddha's teaching is so precious, that we need to study correctly. We need to have such a communication, interpretation, through the wisdom, through the realization, not just intellectual. So when you do this way, understand this way, then we practice accordingly and we get the real benefit. That's called enlightenment is in an instant. Called instant enlightenment. But you have to work. All the causes and conditions should come together. Instead of expectation. So just sit there, I hope I'll achieve enlightenment now. I hope, I chant this mantra, I hope I will achieve enlightenment. No? So that kind of expectation will not help us to free from samsara. So we need all the causes, conditions come together, put together, and then you see, without expectation. No, it's called without exaggeration, without denigrating. No denigrating and no kind of exaggeration. Free from all this, you call contrive, fabrication, all just is lies on the causes and conditions. So there's causes condition that, as I mentioned, itself, that itself is nature of the emptiness. That emptiness is manifest within the causes and conditions. There's no separation. So all our thoughts come from emptiness, dissolved into emptiness. Every moment, you see, every second, as yesterday mentioned, the cause and the result of embodiment of momentary thoughts. It's very precious. Momentary nature, See, in the one moment, like for example, when there's a hatred in the mind, powerful hatred, in that moment rises the hatred, that itself is hell realm, suffering. And it is the cause of the suffering. See, anybody look at the people look around, those who have such a strong hatred, they are suffering the hell realm. Then when there's such kind of loving kindness, compassion in the mind, it's the enlightenment. The mind is totally peace, harmony, see? And that's the cause for the enlightenment. Itself is enlightenment. It's the cause for enlightenment. So bodhicitta is the indispensable cause for the enlightenment. Yes or no? So we just meditate on this. We should know how to practice. Then you see, you go anywhere, doesn't matter. We don't have to complain. Everything becomes the cause for enlightenment. When there's people who are suffering, when there are a lot of afflictions, anger, hatred around there, you can see. Instead of blaming them, you can see how much suffering they have. And you get all the opportunity to develop compassion, loving kindness. You appreciate that. You say, thank you so much. This opportunity. No? And when there are some very good people, very kind people, that also you should appreciate. Oh, they have such a great quality. I should take example of those. I'm grateful. I have a long way to go to practice the Dharma. So see, everything becomes the cause for enlightenment. That's what called it. No, you're not the. She mentioned renunciation. Renounce the cause of the suffering. Because of there's a suffering there, we want to achieve Buddhahood. If there's no any suffering, where you want to go to no enlightenment, Buddhahood. No? So reminding suffering, reminding, so all the impermanence. Look at this all. Then you say, oh. So you just appreciate, rejoice, carry on under the path. See. So there's the practice of the bodhicitta, you see. So yesterday we have done the Bodhisattva's vow ceremony. Now to practice this, there's a training, it's called the training of the aspiration bodhicitta, training of the training of the action bodhicitta. The training of the aspiration bodhicitta is according to the jewel ornament of liberation. If you read, there are five things, 5 topics. First, now since we developed the bodhicitta in our heart, wishing everybody to attain Buddhahood, so never give up anybody from your heart. Even those who are such a negative, they have all the bad qualities. So everybody hates. So we never give up those individuals. Always wish maybe we don't have direct communication with those. But in your mind, as we say this prayer, Tala, Tangwana Chepe, Ta, all the Mother Sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, you see, this prayer is specially designed for that. Those enemies, those obstructors, those evil deeds, evil doers, is all I just said there are. One time, my mother, my father, one time they were my friend. Like this life's mother, father, friends. Because we are coming from countless lifetimes. So I wish them all the peace and happiness. If I can, may I help them. But never give up from the heart. See? Otherwise, there's some individual comes, hate you, create obstacles, and then doing all the bad things to try to destroy you. Then in your mind, you can develop, this is such a now negative person. No. Even I get chance to help that person, I will never help. So you're giving up person from the heart. That's called giving up the person. No? So never give up anybody. So that mind itself is so precious, you see. As I mentioned, first of all, you will get the benefit from that. The practitioner, see, it's your own benefit, not that person's benefit, your benefit. See, so we should understand that, If I give up that person, that means I have a hatred. I have an aversion, you see. That aversion, that which is, you just, get rid of that or give up that person, you have resentment. See, resentment, retribution, and that gives you suffering in your heart, in your body. No? So if you just get rid of that, dig out that, throw that away, so make your mind clean, pure. Like say breathing in as we did, breathe in all the Buddha's compassion, Buddha's loving kindness, Buddha's bodhicitta, bring in, and then purify all our mind, all this. Sometimes it will happen to our mind because we are not enlightened. It's expected. But this is the method we use to purify ourselves. This is the Dharma practice. Buddha came on this planet for this purpose. Buddha didn't come on the planet to establish a religion. So, so my religion is very special, and I want to make all the special group, Buddha just went to place to place to give Dharma teachings and it's helping others. Like, there's one time, if I tell story, time is, running, I think I told this story before, but just to remind, there was one, at the time of Buddha, there was a mother, a young mother, who gave birth to a child. And the baby died not long after the birth. And she loves her child, the baby, so much. When the baby died, she cannot accept at all. So now she was thinking, what should I do? I heard sometimes there are some spiritual masters, great masters, can help to bring the life back. So she went to many masters, one after another. She couldn't get any. Then at the end, she heard of Buddha. Now there was called Buddha, who was helping many people, who was very compassionate. So she rushed to Buddha, and then she went to Buddha and explained her suffering. And then request, can you revive my child? Because I cannot accept this. I haven't had sleep for many days, no food. No, without my child, I cannot survive. So Buddha at that time just looked, the baby is died, what you can do. But she needs the help most now at this moment. She's the one that's suffering so much, like in the hell realm. So Buddha was now thinking how I can help her. So then Buddha said, you just go this small village, there's a small village, and just go to the houses, different houses. Ask, request to get a handful of grain where in a house there's nobody died. If you get something, maybe we can do to help. And she went round asking every houses, a handful of grain. When she went to all the houses, she couldn't find any house that nobody died. Because when she asked all these things, and everyone expresses their suffering. I lost my father, I lost my mother, I lost my child, I lost my friend, all my children like this. How they miss their relatives or their family members. But she felt hopeless now. But at the same time, she got such a great relief, feeling of very light, feeling of light. It's not just only me suffering from this. Everyone is suffering. Oh, I'm not the only one. Because when her baby lost, she was feeling herself, I'm the worst person that exists in the world. Just her heart was now much lighter. Before her heart was so heavy, So then she went to Buddha. She said, I couldn't find. So Buddha said, you see, it's not only you. Everybody is suffering in a different way. We have no other choice only to accept. So then Buddha gave more teachings about these things, how to accept. And then she felt so good. All the agonies that going through in her heart, in her mind, lot of confusions, this all just dispelled. And she could accept totally. See, Buddha didn't make her happy to bringing the life of that child, but Buddha helped her to accept what was going on. So this is Dharma teaching, so Buddha's wisdom. So like that, Buddha was going place to place, helping these individuals, to free from suffering. So then she was so inspired with the skill, compassion. Then she said, "Can I follow you? I need more teachings, train myself." Buddha said, "Sister, yes, if you like, you can follow. We have many nuns communities, you can go there, train yourself." So this you see. We have a lot of suffering. I want to replace that what is missing. If I cannot replace this, I cannot accept. I fight for to the death, we say, But there's a lot of things we cannot replace. We have to accept. But we have to accept in a way, understanding, with the wisdom. That's when you are aging, we're getting old every day. We cannot replace the aging from the young, We have to accept, But to accept this, you see, you have to learn these wisdoms. Everything is illusory nature. The end of the birth is death. The end of the meeting is separation. The end of the accumulation is consumption or will finish. The end of the construction is the distraction. You built such a beautiful buildings, showers, mansions. Somehow, it's all gone. So these four, you keep in the mind, these four. The end of birth is death. The end of the meeting is separation. Like this is mother's child. She gave birth to child. She met her child, but then separated. The end of the meeting is separation. The end of the accumulation is consumption, is finished. Like the bees, honey, they work so hard to collect all the honey. So thousands of bees, they come together and collect the honey. And somebody comes, they use that. Lot of wealth that we accumulated. We individually have not much to use them because we are one person, one mouth, one stomach. All the rest, somebody will use. So, end of the construction is destruction. It destroyed by itself, the nature, or by others, with the wars. Now you can see in Ukraine, so many bombs are hitting, missiles are destroying all the big buildings, Like you see in Gaza, there you see. Look at this, you see. So Buddha's teaching is as a mission. It's not a religion. It's the method to see the reality in nature and what are the cause of suffering. Cause of suffering is the cause of suffering for everybody, Buddhist or non-Buddhist, understanding or not understand. The cause for the peace and happiness is the cause for the peace and happiness. Anybody who that accepts, practices. That's where Jidasumban mentioned, the prescription of all the virtue is Buddha described is all the virtue is prescribed. Proscription, you know proscription? You know the word? Proscription. Mark, or you know what means proscription?
It's like, don't do this.
Say, when the patient go to see the doctor, no, not proscription. Okay, this is very good. Yeah, it's very good terminology that you should learn. No, okay. Prescription. When the patient goes to a doctor, doctor will prescribe medicine. You should take this, and then doctor will say, don't eat this, don't eat that, don't behave this way. It's prescribed. You see, this special terminology used by Jigta Sunggun. Okay. So Buddha prescribed all the causes for the peace and happiness. Right from here today, where you are, until you become Buddha. So Buddha prescribed bodhicitta total, absolute way, okay? Buddha prescribed all these poisons, mental poisons. Buddha prescribed all the mental poisons. There's no permission of the mental poison in any place. Vinaya, Bodhisattva, Vajrayana. Okay? So this is in Vinaya. In Vinaya, alcohol is not allowed. It's prescribed. Buddha cannot prescribe that in the Vajrayana, Okay. If Buddha does, Buddha contradicts himself. But then you say, oh yes, in Vajrayana you're allowed when you do this, all the ceremonies, and then you have such mental ability, because this ordinary body you transform into the enlightened body, deity body, like Tara, green Tara, white Tara, generosity, all this you can do this, Then all the mind, in that case, then the alcohol is no longer alcohol. If you have that kind of ability, then it's ambrosia. Okay? And Buddha has never prescribed ambrosia in the Vinaya. Buddha did say in the Vinaya you cannot use ambrosia. Okay? Make sense? These are such important practice for ourselves. It's our own benefit, you see, because we don't have much wisdom. So our great teachers told us, you can have some alcohol, it's okay, because we don't know, we have no wisdom. So Buddha, who taught all these teachings, who is enlightened and taught these teachings, so we have to follow Buddha's word. See, in the Buddhist field, there's no greater than Buddha. Okay? So who can communicate as the Buddha? Wonderful, precious, pure. Who if say, oh, sometimes Buddha says this, but sometimes Buddha says this, there's a lot of interpretation, So sometimes it's okay, you can do that, then you see it becomes a cult. As you mentioned, you know, we become a cult member. Okay, so I'm going to source there. It comes from the never give up any sentient beings from your heart once you develop bodhicitta. See, that kind of it disparage the bodhicitta. It harms to your bodhicitta. Bodhisattva's vow. Then after that, the second one, we have to reflect on the benefit of the bodhisattva's vow, the aspiration bodhicitta. How much benefit is there? Just as yesterday we did, this morning we did meditation, you know. You say, how much you get benefit? Your mind become peaceful. Your mind become very harmony. That bodhicitta is surrounded by all the peace. Nothing but only peace. It's not just being just kind, nice, you know, but it's courageous mind. No, the mind of the indefatigable practice without getting tired, exhausted. Just go forward. No. So then how much you can give, as mentioned, help others. This is a source of all the peace, courage. No. So just look at this benefit. So if you read Jewel Ornament of Liberation, it is explained so beautifully. No. So same parents. Then we have to practice this bodhicitta repeatedly. No? Again and again. See, every day. See. Because our mind is habituated in such a way from countless lifetime unto this. Just for example, as you are Dharma practitioner, you studied, practiced Dharma for many years, you know that there's no ego, there's no self. But see, I have a self, you know. If somebody says something to me, you know, this Khenchen is so bad person, you know, it stuck in my heart. I feel not good, you know, because it touches my ego. Self-grasping. No? My self-grasping is so sensitive because I'm so habituated that. So sensitive, very fragile. So that's why we have to practice repeatedly. See, you know? That is if somebody says bad things about me, instead of I'm getting upset, I should appreciate, that person is testing me, you know, how much I'm practicing. So thank you so much, you know. But I won't say that, you know, I will not say thank you. Instead of, oh yes, you're telling me this, you know. Now, when time comes, I will get you, you know. You see? So I have to practice bodhicitta repeatedly. Some people think it's becoming weak, practicing bodhisattva's vow, loving kindness, compassion, you know, you are becoming so weak. It's totally other round. Okay? Here we are talking about between virtue and non-virtue, not mixed. Which virtue and non-virtue, which means between suffering and happiness, peace. See, we want peace and happiness. So we're creating the cause for peace and happiness. We're getting rid of the cause of suffering. So we have to understand that. Some people say, oh, being Buddhist is so weak, you know. If somebody is doing negative thing, you are not being weak. You have to be very aggressive. No. If such a great disciple, teacher, if his students doing bad thing, oh, it's okay, let go. That's weak. Now tell that person, you are doing not good. This you have to get rid of this. You have to say, if you need to say something, strong words, use that. So that the students to wake up from that. You see. So practice of bodhicitta is not being a weak. It's a strong. It's courageous. Yeah. But based on the wisdom, based on the compassion, never give up the disciples. You see, no matter how bad they are, still you never give up unless they give up. When they give up, then what we should do. If they run away, what we should do. But if they never give up, the teacher never give up, students, even that person is so bad. Okay, so this is the difference. And has a skill. Those who are highly accomplished masters, they come, compete, questions, and this master needs a skill to handle that individuals. And there's some so poor, so stupid, they come, also need a skill how to relate with those. So in the Jigten Sunggu's life story, they described, in Tibet it's called Che Chepa Chungze Rinpoche, Che Chungpa Chungze Rinpoche. Those highly accomplished master comes, they ask questions, he has a skill, wisdom to handle those, to satisfy what they need. And there's, as I mentioned, there's who comes so stupid individuals, I come here, I don't know anything, so can you please help me? And he has a skill to give something that person to follow the path. So sometimes some students are stupid. That's okay, have to grow. It's not permanent. So there's he has some disciples who are like himself. There are 13 of them. Such great disciples who has a wisdom like himself. Like Jenga Sharaf Jungne, Nyo Jawal Hanang Ba, Garchunding Ba, like those great teachers, Okay, so that's the training the bodhicitta. Okay, first you train the bodhicitta. Okay, then accumulate the merit, accumulate virtue, accumulate wisdom. All the time you study, you read, practice. Train yourself, meditation. There's three things. I'm sure you have heard of hearing, contemplation, and practice meditation. You see, these three things, you see. First you hear Dharma teachings, reading, including readings. And then you contemplate, investigate, make sure you understood. Understanding is first very important, but it's not enough. Now third, you practice to get the benefit. See, these three things are so important. So in you mentioned here, you have here in this prayer book, you see, may the teachings of the great Drikung Shri, Master of Interdependence, Omniscient Lord of Dharma, who has seen all the noble things, means he is omniscient. So that one, his teaching, be upheld until the end of this cyclic existence. See, we all have the responsibility to sustain this teaching. The teaching is taught for the benefit of all sentient beings. So for the future generations, we are the responsible at the present generation to study, practice. That how you see through study, study, practice, hearing, contemplation, see, and meditation, see. So these are how important that to sustain the bodhicitta yourself. So in that Shantideva text, I'm bringing the quotation. So there he said, "Tu 동해, 심지어 동해 망보 좋았다. 심지 밑에 망보 좋았다. 대마자다 토반 되베자. 자주심내 따도 땀해자. Never give up bodhicittas to free all sentient beings from immense of the suffering. To free sentient beings from the mental afflictions. So nowadays you see that a lot of people are suffering mentally. In the country where there's good wealth, enough food to eat, the livelihood is good, but mentally suffering so much. They feel lonely, they are depressed, they feel sad. In the worst case, they're suicidal, You see, this all can help by this bodhicitta practice, you see. In the poor country where there's famines, droughts, they are dying without food. Starvation, dying, But where there's a country where there's enough food, physically they have enough food, enough clothes to wear, but mentally feel so lonely, depressed, and still feels angry, hatred, easy to get upset, easy to irritate, You see. So these all conditions you can help by the bodhicitta. Loving kindness, compassion. So see these things and practice, you see. It's not just religious training. It's the training for the good of ourselves and others, for whole society. Buddha's teaching is for whole society, whole world. See? And then you see, as mentioned, then next, the fourth is accumulating, it's gathering to accumulations, accumulation of virtue, accumulation of the wisdom, accumulation of the merit. So those you, now doing frustrations, you visualize. So while you are chanting, as yesterday I mentioned, Chanju Nyingbu Chigibers, until I achieve the Buddhahood, then I follow the practice. You chant that prayers and do frustration. Doing frustration is very good. So for your health, for the mind, people are, if you look at this, so people are jogging, running, cycling, so for their health, So here, We don't need to purposely for the health, but we are doing out of respect, devotion to the Buddha. Prostration is one of the best exercise. No? If you can do like 100 prostration a day, it's really good. 100 prostration, nothing, It's nothing. Maybe 500, it's okay. Some people do 1,000 prostration a day in the morning, 1 hour, they do 1 hour, 1,000 prostration. Not so much, Yeah. Everything's relative, So prostration, chanting this bodhisattvas, as until until I become Buddha, I take refuge in the Buddha, and I take refuge in the Dharma. Likewise, in the assemblies of bodhisattvas, as the previous Buddha, has cultivated the aspiration bodhicitta and trained on the path. Likewise, today, for the benefit of all sentient beings, I cultivate bodhicitta and I train myself on the way, just chanting that prayer we are there, and do the prostration. Just, it's so beautiful. I'm doing this prostration for all the sentient beings' benefit, not just for myself. It's so beautiful. This. And then there's called the fifth one is called, understand the four non-virtues to give up and 4 virtues to accept. That is the 4 non-virtue is abusing bodhisattva. Those who have cultivated bodhicitta, so we're saying bad things about those, disparaging those. So we never do this. And then deceiving our rude teachers or those respected teachers, and don't tell lie to this. And then those practitioners who are doing many good things, doing many good things, then you try to say regret their good things, what they're doing good, Or maybe you're doing too much. What about you, yourself? What about your life? And then deceiving other sentient beings. So these the 4 non-virtues we not engage. So the four virtues to engage is never deceive your root guru, your teachers, and respected, also highly accomplished great masters, and never abuse bodhisattvas. And any Dhamma practitioners, you just rejoice what they're doing, encourage, let them do what they're doing. Then always be sincere, honest to the every sentient beings, because sentient beings are so precious for our Dhamma practice. You see, we to practice loving kindness, maybe other dimension. You cannot practice loving kindness on this Vajra. Oh, I have a loving kindness to this Vajra. I have a compassion to this Vajra. Do you say that? You don't say that, If you say this, you're a little crazy, You're nuts, I develop bodhicitta for this Vajra, You don't say that. But sentient beings, any sentient being, even small insects, you develop loving kindness. You develop compassion to those. You generate bodhicitta for those. So they are so precious. Because of them, we get chance to develop loving kindness. So we should feel grateful because of them. Here I get the chance to develop loving kindness. Because of them, I get chance to develop my compassion. Because of them, I practice generosity. No? I cannot practice generosity through this vajra. So, oh, you are so, I give you this, See. Because as sentient beings, we get chance to develop patience. All the patience we practice, especially those like enemies who give you the opportunity. Because they hate you, then you practice patience. Patience doesn't mean a weak, it's courage. We practice fearlessness. There's nothing to fear. We get anger, hatred out of fear. If there's no fears, there's nothing to be angry about. Bodhisattvas, even they go to the hell realm because they have no fear. We just by hearing, hell realm, we feel chilly, Oh, if I'm born, what should I do, Because we have attachment to ourselves. We are not prepared to be born in the hell realm, So therefore, the Buddha is saying, avoid all the non-virtues, develop all the virtues, and practice everything's illusory nature. Everything is nature of the emptiness. Meditate or relax, you see. And you feel so good. It's the total method how to bring peace in yourself, right from the beginning to the end, Buddhahood. Dharmakaya is total peace. It's called Same Sabameva, unafflicted peace. Yeah, unafflicted peace. Total peace that we achieve through the Dharma practice. So this is the training of the aspiration bodhicitta. Okay. Then the training of the action bodhicitta is the sixth paramita. Now we put action. Now we are so interested to attain Buddhahood. Because Buddhahood is the state that total peace that one can achieve. Buddhahood is the place, a state that one is free from entire suffering. So to that we aspire to achieve. For that purpose we cultivated the aspiration bodhicitta. So now you ask how to achieve that state. No? So Buddha designed the six paramitas. Now again in the jewel ornament of liberation is described so beautiful all the six paramitas, step by step. No, not too much, but not too little, but complete and so precise, so clear. So practice of generosity, there's divided into three different types of practice of generosity. Giving wealth, giving fearlessness, giving wisdom. See, giving wealth, there are things you should give, there are things you should not give. Like giving weapons. Don't give weapons, okay? To kill others. It's giving, but it's not good, Don't give poison, okay? And then what you call the person who is endless eating, what do you call that? Huh? Glutton? So don't give too much to the glutton people, you know. Then they get sick. Just give when they're hungry, no? Yeah. Too much is suffering, you know. So when you practice giving, just give without bias. Anybody who needs, you just share what you can. But in the also sometimes you say no, and there's in the Bodhisattvas there's a lot of emphasis givings. There is the Bodhisattvas, they give their head, they give their arms, you know. So, and then if somebody say you took the Bodhisattvas, now you should give your arms, and you are not prepared. You know? How I can do that? Maybe I should not take the Bodhisattva's vow because I cannot. So, some scholars they criticize, you know. They don't have bodhicitta because they cannot give the alms, they say. But that's just unwise. Scholar unwise. You know. There is steps, ordinary people. You know, from there develop step by step. You see. Then here comes the practice of emptiness, the wisdom. Emptiness is not just mere empty. Emptiness is the wisdom, as I mentioned. You should realize your whole body is illusory nature. In the Shantideva's text mentioned, first you investigate your body. First you look at the skin. The skin. What is underneath the skin? Underneath skin, flesh, blood, and what else? What underneath that? Bones. Inside the bone, marrow. So you should investigate carefully. What's that? Not there? What is the thing to attach to? It's just illusory nature. No. What do you call crow scare? Crow scare or scarecrow? Scarecrow. You know that? Where's that? In the cornfield. You know, on the field, they built that scarecrow. You know, from distance looks like a human being, and you go closer, it's no longer. You know, so we are just zombie. You know, scarecrow. So illusory nature. Oh, just illusory nature. When you have that understanding, there's nothing to attach. There's no ego exists. There's no one to hate. You see, that's the point. The point is that to reduce our strong mental afflictions, to purify all these mental afflictions, we have to practice those. Then you have fearlessness. You achieve the fearlessness. See? And then when you achieve that realization, you see, first you start practicing that. Once you realize everything is nothing but scarecrow or crow scare. What is that? Scarecrow, you know. When you realize everything is just a manifestation. Totally, you know, like a reflection of the moon in the lake. Everything is just reflection. That to give your arm has no fear. To give your eye is no fear. But right now, as I mentioned, if anybody asks you, you took the Bodhisattva's vow, you should give me your arm, you know. So I said, I cannot give, you know. And then they will say, they argue, you have no bodhicitta, you know. Bodhisattva was supposed to give that, you know. So that has no skill of the practice of bodhicitta. So you have to develop step by step. That's why there's a stage, you know, 5 bhumis. No, not 5 bhumis, 5 parts. Part of accumulation, part of preparation, part of special insight. When you achieve the part of special insight, then you realize the emptiness. And that or even is not enough. Then you have will follow the path of meditation. From first bhumi to the 8th bhumi. Okay? You have to practice, meditate. No? When you get the 8th bhumi, finally, then you have an ability you can give your head. Yeah? Until then, never try. Okay? See? So Buddha has that great skill who taught these things. Follow step by this called skillful means, compassion, wisdom, and all way. Okay, so it's giving this. Giving fearlessness, there's somebody who's in the fear, the state of fear, protecting from the fear. Like, for example, drowning in the water, taken by the water, river, you protect from the river. Who is burning in the fire, protect from the fire. You know? And who's dying, who's getting sick and dying without medicine, giving medicine and protect from that fear is giving fearlessness. See? So precious, you see. This we need in the society. You know, then giving wisdom, Dharma teachings is the best teaching, best gift. Who are so stupid, who are so ignorant, share the Buddha's wisdom. No, do this, don't do this. This is a cause of suffering. Do this cause for peace and happiness for yourself, for others, you know. So giving these wisdom, share these wisdoms are just best gift. Out of bodhicitta, share from the bodhicitta. And that becomes a service to Buddha. So Buddha feels so happy. Buddha can be very pleased first by yourself, keeping the Bodhisattva's vow. When you take Bodhisattva's vow to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, that's the best offering to Buddha. No. We may offer hundreds of thousands of butter lamp, flowers, incense. No, it's for us, maybe get some benefit, help. But why Buddha can't? Buddha don't go to smell the incense, you know, drink the water, see the light, you know. But Buddha will be pleased by practicing loving kindness, compassion. So visualize Buddha in front of you, practice bodhicitta, and that's the best offering to Buddha. I purify all my obscurations. No, take refuge in Buddha. I take refuge in you, and I purify all these obscurations. That's the best offering to Buddha. See, and helping other sentient beings. Buddha's heart, Buddha's mind is not in the nirvana. Buddha's mind is to all the sentient beings. When any sentient beings they're getting some help, some temporary peace, that gives the Buddha such great relief. So we do this for the service of the Buddha. And then you should feel grateful Buddha. So this is Buddha's mind. This is what Buddha wishes. No. Harming other sentient beings, it harms the Buddha. Buddha is not happy if somebody harms others, kills others. No. So you see, so this is the Bodhisattva's training, practice. So giving. So it's the moral ethics, as I mentioned, avoiding all the non-virtues, cause of suffering. Accumulating all the virtues, cause of peace and happiness. This is called moral ethics. Morality is called. In Sanskrit it's called Shila, Shila means cool, fresh. When our mind is absence of these mental afflictions, our mind feels so fresh, peace. When these afflictions dominates our heart, our mind, we feel so heavy and then confused. We don't know what to do, what not to do, what's right, what's wrong. Then we make all the sorts of mistakes, become mess. We create cause for so much suffering. So see, morality, Shila, is such a precious thing. Then you see practice of patience. Patience, Milarepa said, when you are free from all the fears, then you have it's called patience. Jigpa mepe paruna sobachawa lonames, Milarepa said, When you have strong perseverance, not perseverance, what's called forbearance. Forbearance, you bear the difficult states, bear all the heavy difficulties, without getting upset, without disturbing your mind. That's called patience. Meditate on this. Perseverance means joyous effort. You practice Dharma joyfully. Sometimes the suffering comes. Oh, the suffering, when you face suffering, different types of suffering comes. My suffering that I have, be substitute all the suffering of the sentient beings. May everybody free from this kind of suffering. No. Such a precious thing. How to also, just as yesterday I mentioned Milarepa's life story, when his sister met, When Buddha sees my mind, Buddha will be delighted. And Buddha's teachings for every sentient beings in the Konchog Gyaltsen said, not only for monks and nuns, not only for Buddhists, for every sentient beings. Because Buddha's concern, so all sentient beings, they are suffering, cause of suffering. That's why we say prayers. You say, all the mother sentient beings as limitless as the space may have happiness and causes of happiness, you see. We don't say, oh, may all the Buddhists have all the peace and happiness. We don't say that, You see. So this teaching taught, you see, over 2,560 over years, How much things change from then now. belief system, culture, or how much you can imagine how much things change. But Buddha's teaching is still so fresh, you see. What we have difficulty is difficult to understand, know about it. But there's nothing to change, you see. Nothing to change. That's how Jigten Sungwe has communicated, how Buddha talked. More to be biting scar. Suffering of this suffering, the cause of suffering is the cause of suffering at the time of Buddha. When Buddha talked, still that same thing is the cause of suffering if we commit. Bodhicitta, when Buddha talked at that time as cause for peace and happiness, still now, you see, is cause for peace and happiness. There's nothing to change, you see. It's amazing, you see. We should understand how this Buddha has that kind of wisdom. As the teaching that we need to remain in the world. See? Now those who we are practicing that, we have the responsibility now. Then perseverance. There are many now. The fifth is samadhi, meditative concentration. We need that to calm the mind, to relax the mind, one-pointed mind. But the mind is calm, peaceful. There is a peace. There is a joy. There is relax. You can relax in that. See? Now there's many steps to achieve. There are three walls, the desire wall, form wall, formless wall. So in the desire, this called one-pointed dongam sim sichikpa. Dongam, desire wall, one-pointed mind, meditation practice. Then in the form wall, there are 4 stages. First, second, third, fourth stage of the meditation stage. We need those in order to kindle wisdom, the 6th perfection. Wisdom awareness. To realize the emptiness nature of all phenomena, including your mind. We need this, the foundation, you see, the samadhi, meditative concentration. As yesterday I have given the example, when there's a water in the pot, to reflect the moon in the pot, the water should be so calm, peaceful, not disturbed by the wind or by hand. When the water is so calm and peaceful, the moon's reflection would be very precise, clear. So likewise, when the mind is calm, peaceful, the wisdom will manifest. And that wisdom, special insight, it's called special insight, then can see, in Tibet it's called lakdong, special insight. Then all the mental afflictions, we see directly their nature. And their nature is non-existence. Until we have that, no matter how much you say their nature is emptiness, their nature does not exist, no matter how we say, let's just keep busy in our mind, keep coming one after another. No? Our mind is under the control of the kleshas, mental afflictions, and always gives us suffering. As yesterday I mentioned, all the suffering that we go through in the world, everywhere. Believer, non-believer, educated, uneducated, all the suffering. For in 24 hours is within our own mind. By this mental affliction, they dominate our life. They torture us through the attachment, through the desire, through the anger, through the aversion, through the pride, through the jealousy, so forth, greed. All you can see, doesn't allow us to relax. They will tell you, you should go there, you should go there, you should do this, you should do that. And we are so obedient, and then there we suffer helplessly. Okay, see, time is running now. I thought I would say a few words from this Konchog. It's a Konchog translation, one of the very short relation with the bodhicitta. If I read few statements. The first Vajra statement is said, bodhicitta and compassion are distinct. First, they're different. This is some people, they're so compassionate. Really, they do a lot service for others. Sometimes we say, this person is really bodhisattva, we say, But we should have wisdom to see here. If I read this short. It is said, true compassion and bodhicitta are distinct. Now first is compassion is everywhere. In the Mahayana, in the Hinayana, non-Buddhist, and Buddhist tradition. Bodhicitta is the feature of Mahayana alone. So bodhicitta is only Mahayana alone. Hinayana don't have bodhicitta. Non-Buddhists don't have. Non-believer don't have. Just see. But nevertheless, compassion is the cause of bodhicitta, you see. But bodhicitta is the cause for the compassion is the cause for the bodhicitta. Without compassion, we have no foundation to develop bodhicitta. So we need compassion. See? Albeit not bodhicitta itself. Acharya Chandrakirti in the Madhyamika Avatara said, Sharavakas and Partik Buddhas arise from the Lord of the sage, from Buddha. By Buddha's giving teaching, there is Sharavakas, they are Partik Buddhas. Compassion and work sage. Buddha are born from bodhicitta. See, Buddha is become Buddha because of bodhicitta. See? So are the cause for the son of the jhanas, Buddha. So the compassion, see, the bodhicitta is the cause for enlightenment. Therefore, the cause should not be confused with the actual of the bodhicitta. Okay. Now next he said, it is asserted that the vows of bodhisattvas have the foundations. Bodhicitta will not arise without foundation. So to develop bodhicitta, there's a foundation. See, the vow of the discipline of the bodhisattvas have a foundation. So it is said because one need the four causes, taking refuge, as yesterday I mentioned, the four causes. You see, first you have to see the Buddha as your root teacher, and then take refuge, second. Third, cultivate the practice of the four immeasurables. And then the fourth is accumulation of all the merits. You see, so this is the four. Okay, need the four causes, taking refuge, so forth. Before one takes the Bodhisattva's vow. Okay. Maybe I should wear this, see if it makes difference. It's aging. Atisha, you know, a famous teacher, also said, someone is endowed continuously with any vow of the 7 types of Patimokkha's vows. So this, as I mentioned, these upasika is one of the from the 7 Patimokkha's vow. That person has the merit for the Bodhisattva's vow, but not one else has. Now the vow of the application also arises in any ordinary beings. It is said the vow of the application also arises in an ordinary beings. The 4 transgressions that are like a defeat do not arise of 4 bodhisattvas who have attained the bhumis. So Chandrakirti said, but he thought they appear for ordinary beings. Shantideva also described that the vow or application arises in beings who have not attained the bhumis. This is some scholars say the action bodhicitta will only achieve when you achieve the first bhumi, above first bhumi. But here Jiddu says, if an ordinary person like us, we can cultivate, practice the action bodhicitta. No, means any practice, even you recite one mantra, it becomes the practice of the action bodhicitta. If you do one prostration, it's also the action of the bodhicitta. Oh. First you cultivate aspiration bodhicitta. On the base of that, then you make one small offerings. Do chanting one mantra, one prayer, do one prostration. There is an action to develop your aspiration bodhicitta. Okay? So it inspires us to do all the good things, whatever you can. Don't look down yourself. So I can do it. Oh, I can make it even small. There's some people do so much, so then sometimes you're a little bit discouraged. They do so much things and I don't have anything to do, you know. So don't just look down yourself. Just do whatever you can, you know. And from there you develop. From small plant, it grows a huge tree. You know, just say, right now I'm a small plant, you know. I can become a big tree of Buddha one day. So this section in the Bodhicitta practice is so beautiful. Maybe if I read the next one, it said, There's all sorts, means all the practice turn into the vow of application. It is said all sorts, that is the all discipline, turn into the vow. Perfecting the entirety of the three vows, that is the activities, sphere of a Buddha alone, means that if you keep one vow, it's the method to practice the action bodhicitta. The complete vow, no, even Buddha, only Buddha can keep. Even great Bodhisattvas, they also have difficulties to keep complete Bodhisattva's vow. Sometimes a little bit damage here, sometimes a little damage here, you know. So you see, we should inspire from that. Only Buddha can keep all the vows. So I do my part, whatever I can. See? That's good. So there, we just leave there. Do you have any questions? Any discussions? Need? Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
So the beginning you taught the beautiful meditation of
Yes.
loving kindness from the coming from enlightened beings.
Yes.
Then we take the blessings in, and then we send out the loving kindness to all sentient beings. So then do you recommend that you can visualize like light going out to all the sentient beings, purifying, cleansing, etc.?
Yes.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. Easy. Easy.
Yeah.
Hi, Khenchen. Thank you for the lovely teaching. My question is also just a clarification.
Okay.
For the aspiration bodhicitta, you mentioned there's like the 5 ways. Could you repeat that again? The 5.
Simply not giving up sentient beings.
Do not give up
One.
sentient beings.
Simply reflecting on the benefit of the bodhicitta and repeatedly train the practice of the bodhicitta.
Repeatedly train.
And then gather the great accumulation, the 2 accumulations. 4. And the 5th is avoiding the 4 non-virtue and gathering the 4 virtue.
Right. And this is from the Jewel of Ornaments?
Jewel Ornament of Liberation.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
And then the training of the mission, the action bodhicitta,
Yeah,
6 parameters.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, nobody. Yes.
Rinpoche, I have a question.
Yes.
We have a discussion in our group, our Sangha, a lot about whether or not once Buddhas reach Buddhahood, there's a level of non-conceptuality. Buddhas abide in non-conceptuality.
See, non-conceptuality, you have to understand, you say something, so you think just maybe just nothing to think. You know? See, first you need good shamatha. Okay, very good shamatha. That's a good foundation for the non-conceptuality. Then on the basis of that, wisdom awareness. You see, wisdom awareness, you know. So when they're synchronized, when these 2 synchronized, they come together, then there's no distinction. There's no differentiation. This is the shamatha, this is the awareness. They're all just synchronized. Like this, like that outside the light, there's a day and the sun. They're synchronized and makes it much brighter. You cannot separate. So that kind of state, when you see so mind is so calm, peaceful, even though this mind, these thoughts are going around, but you are not distracted. It's all within that. And in that mind, there's no any chance to manifest all these kleshas. You see, all the kleshas are now taken care of. The habits are dissipated. So that was this so. At the same time, like Buddha, the non-conceptual state, Buddhahood, knows everything. At the same time, there's no dualistic state. Okay, yeah.
How is enlightened activity taken? How does enlightened activity happen in a state of non-duality?
You have to practice. You see, you have to repeatedly meditate, habituate. So if you ask, how come your soul, your ego, attachments, how you habituated that, So it's just we habit, just continue one after another. My anger, my attachment, just, effortlessly coming up. Life after life, life after life, If you ask how that happened, they say, I don't know. So now understanding that, now you change the habit. So that habit of the cause of suffering reduce. And habit for the peace and happiness, you just continue. And that, so Buddha, as you know, 3 limitless eon Buddha practice. It's because to habituate. Okay. I saw here the dedication prayer also in this booklet. Let me see if I find here, note here, page 18, whoa, somewhere there, yes. Oh yeah. From this, you said in English.
Okay.
Page 18. Here, Tibetan transliteration, all this have here. Just say in English.
Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root, and lineage gurus, divine assembly of yidams, assemblies of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, heroes and heroines, Yogini and her assembly of Dakinis, all of you dwelling in the 10 directions, please hear me. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of attachment, hatred, ignorance, pride, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, gain, respect, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, and may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. At the moment of death, may I not experience the suffering of being abruptly severed from this life. May I not suffer a terrible death. May I not die confused by wrong views. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind itself and in the crystal clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
Okay. So here I think we need to insert here from this section. See here, this one. May all the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself on samsara and nirvana and root of the virtue not result in the 8 worldly concern, the 4 causes of samsara or wrapping the state of Sharavaka and Pratik Buddha. And this, I think, need to insert, isn't it? So just look at here and then see what is missing here. You can insert that. So this is more incomplete. There are many different texts we find here and there. A lot of those are incomplete, and they bring up, then translate, you know. Okay, thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you. 춘인정한도 진절로 섬드는 지만은 돈데 온데 축으로 또 버려 진절로 가게 되네 까지는 라마는 저다면 건도 저저저벨라인데 가다 저저는 저도 나오래 저 라마는 저러 가도 나도 맞지 저런 거 sabando 버렸담데 다소 심자담 절로 초선 로와진 연락도 저람도 로와진 연락도 람 좁아서 와지 좁아에 제도 저와라 전절라도 so yesterday and this morning we just I've just touched on the taking the Bodhisattva's vow and just introducing what Bodhisattva vow or what Bodhicitta is about. But it is very profound and vast subject. In relation to this, we can spend so much time on these discussions, understanding, and practice. Actually, see, the Bodhisattva Avatara as well, the whole jewel ornament of liberation is all about bodhicitta. See, it's all about citta. So we just touch just some basic, and then as I mentioned, bodhicitta, there's a relative bodhicitta and absolute bodhicitta. And the relative bodhicittas are required to understand about the nature of the samsara and all the cause and the suffering. That more we know about the suffering of samsara, more we know about the causality, the karma and the result. Oh yes, if we know, then more it will help us deeper to understand bodhicitta, and then it will give us greater support while we need to practice bodhicitta. When we know only suffering of ourselves, not so much to others. So I cannot bear my suffering. I'm going through a lot. And not so much with others. All the Sharavakas, it's about that. The Sharavakas, they cultivate their mind because those individuals feel so much about suffering for themselves. I cannot tolerate the suffering in the samsara. I cannot bear the suffering of samsara. I cannot stay even one day in the samsara. I'm very desperate to free from the samsara, from the suffering. And they individually have a strong renunciation of the suffering for themselves. And then they make effort as much as possible to free from samsara. So then they have not so much concern for others, but they do have practice of loving kindness and compassion. If you study there, you'll find there's Mitta, Karuna, they study. The Mitta, loving kindness, Karuna, compassion, they study so much. But they have very little about the emphasis on the bodhicitta. And they say Buddha is the bodhisattva. That they agree Buddha was bodhisattva and attained Buddhahood. But they themselves not so much inspire. But I'm sure that a lot of them in their community, there are some bodhisattvas, We cannot underestimate. There's also the individuals, there's some also so wonderful monks who take care of people so much. So that. And what we also call, we are Mahayana practitioners, Vajrayana practitioners. We're supposed to practice this bodhicitta so much, but sometimes also we don't care, so we don't really do so enough well, as according to those teachings. So you see, there's various, but basically now we understand the Bodhisattva's training means to help all the sentient beings to free from samsara, to achieve complete enlightenment. Having said that, now you see in the practice of bodhicitta, there are three different types. As an example is there's some cultivates the mind, bodhicitta, like a king. You say. Some cultivate the bodhicitta like a captain of the ship. And some cultivate the mind as the shepherd, looking after the animals. What that means is there are some, they practice bodhicitta. Say, right now I cannot help others. First I practice bodhicitta, become Buddha, then I help all the sentient beings. So first they train bodhicitta as much as possible. Of course, practicing 6 paramitas are there, but they inspire first they to become Buddha. So it's like king. First, like we can say in our the democratic system, first you become president, then you rule, you take the office and rule the country, So like that, first you become king, then you finally you help all the peoples. Like that example, first you become Buddha, then you help all the sentient beings. And then the second one, the example is the captain of the ship, means how this say cruise. All the people in that ship, maybe 100, 200, 500, all people together, they cross the ocean. The captain and all the people inside the ship, they cross the ocean together. Likewise, the Bodhisattvas, they practice still with the sentient beings, but practice together, and then helping each other, and they attain Buddhahood together, other sentient beings and themselves. And the third one, the Bodhisattvas, I will stay behind until all sentient beings free from samsara, like the shepherd. First look after all the animals, and then in the evening they bring together and animals are safe. And then finally they go to their place and eat dinner, so forth. So say, until all sentient beings are free from samsara, and I will not achieve Buddhahood. This example is given like Chandrasik or the Manjushri, So until all sentient beings free from samsara, I will not attain Buddhahood. So that kind of the example is there, But whatever does taking Bodhisattva's vow, practicing, actually to benefit sentient beings, we ourselves need to have good qualities, scholarship, understanding Buddha's teachings, as a Vajrayana practitioner, understand the Sutra system, Vajrayana system, and how they support each other, how they don't contradict each other, how one should have all the understanding and practice, And then not only the understanding, also some practice, as I mentioned, experience, good realization, meditation, then that can help and benefit many sentient beings. So Dharma is always precious. Dharma is good at the beginning, Dharma is good at the middle, Dharma is good at the end. Dharma is all the ways good. But it depends on the practitioners, how we communicate, how we practice. We don't want to say, water down the Dharma teachings. It's Dharma. We call Dharma is declining or not, or progressing. It all depends on the practitioners. We followers who appreciate Dharma teachings, respect Buddha Dharma, Sangha, refuge, and all. We do this. So to maintain the Dharma, we have the responsibility. Buddha taught all the teachings perfectly. Because of Buddha's teaching, there are so many God benefit and free from samsara. Just like say vividly example of the Milarepa, who practiced the Dharma sincerely and achieved the Buddhahood. So that kind of Buddha's teaching is that kind of ability, blessing is there. So regard to the blessings, as I mentioned, sometimes we say, please give me the blessing, please, we request the blessing, all this. You see, as I mentioned, as we have did some practice, when our mind feel little kind of feeling of uneasy, little suffering is there. And at that moment, I say, practice loving kindness. Just rest and bring all the Buddha's loving kindness into you through the nostril and pervade your mind and the body and be relaxed. And then you contemplate the suffering of the sentient beings. Again, from Buddha's, now we receive the compassion into us and start to meditate in that state and breathe out to all sentient beings and dispel their suffering. They receive your loving kindness, compassion, and meditate. They are free from suffering. At that time, what you feel? You feel your mind very peaceful, restful, feeling of light, feeling of joy. So that's called blessing. See, receive the blessings of the loving kindness, compassion. When you practice bodhicitta into you, build the courage. I can do it. Buddha bodhicitta gives you some courage, strength in the mind, some kind of fearlessness there. That's the blessings of the bodhicitta. See? So it makes sense. Otherwise, sometimes I need blessings, so you just chant prayers. So please give me some blessings. I need this, I didn't need that, You just keep praying, and then they have no idea what You're looking for something, to solve your problem, but we don't know what really what comes out, But this way, you see, when you meditate, you see, bring those, and just let go your all these delusions, your confusions, and so look at the suffering of the sentient beings. It's not just only you who are suffering. I have the Buddha's teaching. I am the responsible to help others. Get that kind of courage, and that's a blessing. See? So we have all the ability if we can do it. So always inspire, develop courage. So that then Dharma can maintain, Dharma can stay. So these are very important. Understanding how, first understanding the Dharma, then how to practice. And then when it comes to the ultimate bodhicitta, we talked about the emptiness, little bit, not so much. Last time I talked about the Heart Sutra. It's emptiness, you see. Form is emptiness, emptiness form. So everything is interdependent, interconnected. Interconnected means that nature itself is emptiness, but emptiness manifests into the phenomena. You see, so like you see, for example, this here we have the bell. You can hear the sound very clearly. Now you see the sound, you hear where it is. Sound is here or where it's coming to your ears. In between where. You can hear it very precisely. And then when sound is this bell, we call bell, bells outside, inside, or this, what do you call this, which rings, this, even though this all here, if I don't move, doesn't make sound. No, I have to move. If I move without, if I look this, touch this the way, it doesn't make sound. Now I have to move in such a way. And then you just investigate where the sound is. Dust particle of this bell, dust particle of the hand. You investigate. There's no any one thing that makes the sound. See, it's all just like an echo. It's just mere empty. We are not making empty, but it manifests from the emptiness, and itself is emptiness. It dissolves into emptiness. So it manifests from emptiness. It exists in the emptiness, dissolves into the emptiness. So all these are in that nature. But when we don't realize this, then the sound is sound is so good. We attach to sound, or we hate the sound. It's just manifestation without realizing about that. When you go to the mountain, you shout. It's an echo. Where the sound come from? You shout from here, and the sound come from the mountain. Rocky Mountain, There you shout, you say, hello, and it reflects, echo, say hello, and then you say, a beautiful weather, and the sound will reflect you, a beautiful weather, and then you say, the sound is beautiful, and it reflects, echoes, a beautiful sound, and you say, sound is ugly, and reflects, sound is ugly, you see. So all are just like that. In the society, our communications, all like that, you see. If somebody saying bad things about you, and you say bad things about them, it's reaction. It's an echo. So it's a reflection. It's an echo. So all our suffering in the samsara is a reflection of our action, what you have done. All the peace and happiness there is a reflection of our action. So that nature that is called emptiness is ultimate. So if we pay attention on these things, meditate, relax, and you can see everything is just a reflection. Reflection of our karma, a reflection of our mind. So when we cultivate bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, it's a reflection. That by cultivating of the bodhicitta, it becomes a cause, it's a reflection, it's a cause to free from samsara. From that cause, then it gives us opportunity to purify all our mental confusion and attain the Buddhahood. See? So you we should like to meditate on this way, understand the ultimate bodhicitta in that way. Mind is calm, peaceful. So this, like this morning I mentioned, it depends the three training. The training of the morality. So everything is functions within the cause. As I mentioned, when you make the sound, it needs all the causes to make this sound. If one is missing, we cannot make the sound. We have all these things. If this is not here, we cannot create the sound. So we need every the causes that what is required. It's called cause. From that cause, we create the sound. The sound is the result of all these causes come from. No? So you see. So from this cause of the cultivation of the bodhicitta, on the base of loving kindness, compassion, and looking at the suffering of all sentient beings, then all this, when they come together, and that becomes your cultivated bodhicitta. And that bodhicitta becomes a special tool to purify all obscurations. And it allows you to become Buddha. So Buddha is not outside somewhere. No, we call that is something, this is something, that's a, but estimation is all within us. Buddha nature is within us. And we cultivate bodhicitta within us. We exercise the bodhicitta within us. We practice 6 paramitas by ourselves, not from outside. But everything is functions within the causes and conditions. So meditate this way, so you can understand what it means interdependent, interconnected. It's not something the Buddha created, but Buddha explained us how it functions. So therefore, see, when you reflect on the Buddha, then you can see Buddha is not something, magicians, Buddha is the one who is totally realized all the interdependent, interconnected, and that perfected realization of those things. That's the Buddha. We know the Buddha was Buddha. And then from there we know the Dharma teaching, what the Dharma teachings is about. And then you see Sangha, practitioners. So from this understanding of the interdependent, so that's what Nagarjuna mentioned, the most cherished teaching of the Buddha is the treasure of the interdependent. Nagarjuna said in his letter, writing the letter to the king. So this is we just now understand just brief about the ultimate bodhicitta. And from there we go practice more. I'm sure you know more. You study so much, you discuss. It's good to discuss about these things, the Buddha's teaching. How we can do, how we can comprehend, and how Buddha's teaching is so precious. So how we should, as a Sangha, how we can support to maintain these teachings, to continue for the generations to come. Okay. Then, now we have this very short Guru Yoga. It is, if you to look here in this book, you can find right at the first page here. So a Guru Yoga that brings the Dharmakaya onto the path. And we have here also we have another copy. So this copy here. The copy you have received the picture. Color is little dark. This has a very good kind of color it has. And somebody can show you. Maybe it's oh yes. So that will help you for your visualization, if you practice. And now here in Tibetan, Lamen Nejur Chugu Lamgir, it's called the Guru Yoga. Chugu is Dharmakaya. Lamgir is carrying onto the path. This is put together. And before it was, I have been in the country for quite a long time. Even we translated the short practice, still people say those are told too long. Our life is so busy. As you know, in the monastery they say prayers for days. So this text this long. They chant from in the morning dawn to the dusk in the night. Whole day. And then compared to that, and here very, very short, but still say, oh, it is too long, and we have no time to do all those practices, and then in the morning we have no time, we have to go for work and come back, we are tired, no time to do practice, then I put together, it's not I just created, but to put together all the essence. It's written before, Now here, there are so many Guru Yogas. There's a Guru Yoga of the Vajradhara, then there's Guru Yoga of the Marpa, Milarepa, and then Kampupa, Pamutropa, Jigdish Sungkun. There's many others Guru Yoga, Now here, Jigdish Sungkun, Guru Yoga. He said, in the future, way down in the futures, then sometimes you disagree with the teachers, and you perceive some teachers a little bit, or you call, you like disagree, like those things. So when that happens, you can pray to Buddha, take the Buddha as your root guru. Also Vajradhara, which you in our own lot of Guru Yogas, we have the Vajradhara, Then say, then you take the Guru Yogas of Jigdish Sungkun. Yes, he said, if in the future, if you take me as the Guru, root guru, so he said, I'll be there. Because he's a bodhicitta, first of all. He always mentioned, I prayed to Bhamadroba and I received all the blessings and I have the confidence of the bodhicitta. The Bhamadroba, Shalvati. I have a confidence in the practice of bodhicitta. That means bodhicitta, that he embodies bodhicitta until the end of the samsara. He also mentioned wherever they are practicing Mahamudra, so I'll be there. Actually, one in the I have the translation. in that, say, the calling the Lama from afar, I translated there. One of his disciples, Shirab June, when Jigten Songpa was passing, so then he asked, when you go from here, where you will go, so that we can pray, which Pure Land you will be. You will be in any special Pure Land, please tell us. And Jigten Songpa said, I have no special place to go. This is the place I hear in this world. And the Shirab June requested 3 times to say to asking him which Pure Land you go. So Amitabha Pure Land, or Buddha Yosism, the Akshobhya Pure Land, there are a lot of Pure Lands, he said, I have no other place to go. This is the place. So he's all with the sentient beings. So in that is called ultimate praise to Jigten Songpa. In that described in that book, that you read that, you find that, So this is one thing. And then another thing, Jigten Songpa was real, the reincarnation of Buddha Shakyamuni. You haven't heard of this. See, at the time of Buddha, the Kabupa was born as the Bodhisattva in Tibetan Dayushunu. The Chandra Prabhava Kumara in Sanskrit. Chandra means moon, and Dawa, moon. Prabhava is light, the youthful light of the moon, Sattva. So it was in Rajgir, if you go in India, this is the Rajgir place. That Chandra Prabhava Dayushunu Bodhisattva was born in that area. Then one time he requested Buddha to teach the sutra, Dayushunu. And then Buddha taught the Samadhi Raja Sutra. Have you heard of Samadhi Raja Sutra? Yeah, Buddha taught that for days. There was so many disciples, Bodhisattvas, many Bodhisattvas, monks, and hundreds of thousands of disciples there. So he taught. After all this teaching, at the completion of that sutras, then Buddha said, now I spoke these teachings. Now who will take the responsibility to promote this teaching in the future? He asked all the ocean of the assemblies of the disciples. Nobody said, come up, so I will do this. So when there's nobody stand up, then that Dayushunu, Chandra Prabhava Kumara, he stood up. He said, in the future, I will take the responsibility to promote the teachings, benefit sentient beings. So, regarding this connection to this, then, this is then many Bodhisattvas, anyway, at that time, many Bodhisattvas, then they stood up. When you promote these teachings, we will come, support you. This account is there. It's inspiring, So then at the end, Buddha said, when you promote these teachings, Samadhiraja Sutra, I will also come to help you. So that this is all put together in the teaching Tebe Nyingbu. The teaching Tebe Nyingbu, have you heard of that? You know, the heart essence of the Mahayana teaching that written by disciple of Jigten Sumgun. It's a complete Lamrim text teaching there. There's a so that is a to identify to clarify that these teachings. So the writer of the teaching Tenpen Nyingbo, he now how Buddha's teachings came to Tibet. So he wrote all this history step by step. Not so detailed, but he wrote very important points. So he's in that teaching Tenpen Nyingbo, the book, it is said, then that Chandra Pravava Kumara Dayushunu was the rebirth of the Kampupa, or how Kampupa come from. So Buddha prophesies coming of the Kampupa. Also in the Karuna, Mahakaruna Sutra also mentioned. So when Buddha said that I will come at that time, he referred to Jigten Sumgun. So Jigten Sumgun was the rebirth of the Kampupa. So that text, when I was in Nangchen, not far from Rinpoche's monastery, if you drive maybe a couple hours, we have another monastery called Palme Kumpa. I taught there for that text for 2 months. And then when I read that section, we finished and I explained a little bit, finished the read. We finished the session, went to my room, I relaxed there. So one of the Kempo from the monastery came to me, his eyes is built to tear. So, today when you read that Jigten Sumgun was the reincarnation of the Buddha, And I said, yes, it is said that way, And he was so inspired, developed such a strong devotion, like that. Jigten Sumgun actually was the rebirth of the Buddha. So Buddha came in the human form. That's where he gathered 180,000 disciples. Yes, in the Buddhist history, there is no such kind of account that many disciples gathered. And he taught all the teachings to the disciples, and then he asked them to go to retreat. So when you read life story of Jigten Sumgun, there's not much history. He built monasteries here, there. Only he built, it's called this auspicious stupa for the memory of his teacher Pamutuba. That there's a very advanced or elaborated huge stupa which is 2,800 doors, windows. Each window is each deities, he built. So that is for the devotion for his teacher Pamutuba. For the memory of that, he built twice. One his own monastery in Drikung, one at the Pamutuba's seat. He built that. Otherwise, there's not so much history. He built so many monasteries, but he just support all the monks. so much offerings coming to him, and all those offerings just used for the monks, nuns, to support their life. So he appointed manager. So all these offerings that I have used to manage this and distribute all to all the monks. Then he gave all those teachings and asked them to go to retreats. So it becomes so famous. When he was in the 70s, he died in 75. He lived for 75 years. So when he was in the 70s, then it became so famous that the whole mountains in Tibet was the practitioners of Jigta Songkhu's students. Everywhere from Mount Kailash down to the close to China. Actually, he sent, when he was 73 something, he sent 55,000 disciples Mount Kailash, and 55,000 disciples sent to Lapchi. Have you heard of Lapchi, where Milarepa enlightened? And 55,000 sent to Sari at one time. You see, it's unimaginable. It's just one, And there are, after he sent all those things, and more monks comes together. And the word of mouth went round everywhere. One of the things, what I heard was, one time he and a group of monks walking on the road, and a big vulture fly from the sky. And he just said few words of Dharma. And the vulture understood and directly landed on the ground and meditating. So he can communicate with the animals, like Milarepa did with the, Milarepa spoke with the deer and the dog. You've heard of that? Like this. The Bodhisattvas who above 9 bhumi, 10th bhumi, they can communicate with all the language of the sentient beings. So Jigta Songkhul has that kind of ability. So that, see, when the vulture land on the ground and meditating, the word of mouth went everywhere. You can imagine that time there was no television. No news. There's no called New York Times. But then word of mouth went round here everywhere. Then people say, let's go to the Siddhi Lama who can communicate with vultures, who have ability to communicate with the animals, who can give the instructions to animals to meditate, So that's how just people coming from all about that stays for years and meditate, So that's how Jigta Songkhul. So if we have that kind of devotion, the teachings he taught, it's amazing. But right now we are a little weak, not so strong. Like poor monk like me, just talking about him, When I talk this, people are laughing, What a poor man. But this what is about him, you see. So there's so like that. There's a lot of stories, a lot of the accounts, so precious. So that gives me some energy to do, to work too. No? No. Now, where he taught the Dharma teachings, kind of like say, his realization is so much as a Buddha. He taught those teachings so profoundly, and Dharma terminologies he uses little uncommon, So some scholars they cannot accept, And no, this is this is strange terminology, And no, this is not really. This is against the Buddha's teaching, Sometimes they criticize, Because of that, some, when they heard of Jigta Songkhul, all the terminologies he uses, all these, and then there's some felt little doubt. It's really pure Buddhist teaching or not. There's some, I must go debate with him. They prepare profound questions, mentally prepared. I will see him, I will discuss this. If he can answer these questions, then we can say he's a valid, a good teacher, Otherwise, now we have to, have to test him, So a special one who was such a scholar, both in the Sutra and Vajrayana Tantra, so highly gifted. So he just volunteered go to see Jigta Songkhul. He was coming for long distance. And then next day he's going to see Jigta Songkhul. And then that day before he came, he told his attendant, tomorrow there's a special person is coming. He said, don't block, let him come, Because I think some attendants, they try to block, So he came, he came. And Jigta Songkhul, so you're welcome, are you tired? And how you feel, And then with these discussions, and then what you have studied, what you have done, or within the discussions, without need to ask questions, Jesus will explain all these questions. And at that moment, this real Buddha, all his doubts are just totally disappeared. So like that, there are that kind of stories there. As Kampupa also, Pamutuba, before he met Kampupa, highly accomplished, especially in the scholarship, studied all the Buddhist philosophy. Abhidharma, Vinaya, Sutra, and the logic, all those. But when Pamutuba met Kampupa, and Pamutuba said, my teacher introduced me, I achieved the first bhumi, or realized my mind. And Kampupa laughed. This is you have realized your mind, He said, your realization of the mind is, my food is better than your realization of the mind, Then he was thinking what he was talking about, Then Kampupa directly give the instruction. This is what about. And then Pamutuba meditated, he realized, if I haven't met Kampupa, I'll be not free from samsara, So like that, you see, these great teachers are such accomplished masters. Their teachings are so precious. Their writings are short. Not too much, not big texts, okay, but essence. So all the essence are put together. So we practitioners have an easy access to this. So understand this and read. There's not so much translation of the Siddha Sangha's life story, but there is one I have offered to our center's manager, Yang Fen. It's called the Calling the Lama from Afar, a small booklet. In that contains some of Siddha Sangha's life story that I have translated. Read those and some get understanding. It will benefit us. It helped me really. I read those things. During my time, I have very little access. I mean, we didn't have much teacher. Very few teachers at that time. So, but I got chance to read his short life stories and got much help, benefit for me. Inspired to study his teachings and promote those teachings to all others. So this is just brief about the understanding of Jigta Sumgun. Now here we go in this short Guru Yoga. First, in the first, you see the front page, taking refuge, cultivation of bodhicitta. That's important, as you know. So now, we have Vajradhara Lama, embodiment of the three jewels. I take refuge in you and will until I attain enlightenment. So that's taking refuge. Okay. So this is a Mahayana way of taking refuge. So you see the Jita Sungwan is the Vajradhara. Vajradhara is Dharmakaya. Ultimate Buddha. Our Buddhas, the statues, painting, they are called Nirmanakaya. Or sometimes Vajradhara, Sambhokaya. But they are just pictures, statues. The real Buddha is a Dharmakaya. Okay. Dharmakaya we don't see. It's total embodiment of the emptiness. Like you don't see your mind. Do you see your mind? No, you don't see your mind. How big, how small? What looks like? But everything manifests from your mind. Yourself, whole your system is manifest from your mind, but you don't see your mind. Sometimes you heard the Lama will introduce your nature of the mind. Have you heard of that? So have you got instruction? Have you seen your mind? See? If you received instruction introducing your mind, haven't seen yet. You see? So there's Dharmakaya. Okay? Your mind is your Dharmakaya. Yeah. From that manifestation, your body is Nirmanakaya. Your body is Nirmanakaya. You're talking so much about this Sambhokaya, okay? Okay? So your mind is Dharmakaya, your body is Nirmanakaya, you're all this talking about this, it's Sambhokaya. Yeah. They're inseparable. This is, you see. So, Vajradhara, Buddha, ultimate Buddha, Dharma, Vajradhara, Lama. Embodiment of the three jewels. So you see, that Vajradhara, Dharmakaya, it is the Buddha. It embodies the Dharma, all the teachings. or the perfection of the Sangha is that Dharmakaya. Yeah. That say, I take refuge in you. So I take refuge in you. And will until I attain enlightenment. Yeah. Until I become Buddha, until I see my mind perfectly. Now next is cultivating bodhicitta. Sensation means victim of the confused projection suffering. You see, we in Tibetan we call tunang duge narwe duanam. Confused projection. All our projection is confusion. Let's just look at our body. We see, we perceive, so we treat our body as very clean, real. No, I want to have all the peace and happiness with me. Well, it contradicts. See, I'm not real. See, that's what confusion is, I think I'm real. If somebody says you are not real, I'll upset. What do you mean I'm not real? I will fight for. I will prove I'm real. This is my identity card. Because I'm changing every moment. If I'm real, how it can change? But we perceive ourselves, I'm real, no? Changing. Then we have some understanding of permanence. This is me from yesterday, last year. So then we bring picture when you are 5 years old. This when I was 5 years old. This when I was 10 years old. This when I was 20 years old, We are totally different when you're 5 years old and now. So big different. But still, how you can say this is when I was 5 years old? It's not. You're different. Still, this was a confusion. No? Where this body is, our body is the nature of the suffering. We're aging. When we age, it's suffering. Age, suffering of aging is there. When I get sick, I suffer. No? Then I finally die. Yes, I do. That's real. That is reality, nature. But I don't, accept that. And, so there's within that, confused projection, we suffer. Actually, it's the body. It said, body is our body, the five skandha, with consciousness, is the center of the suffering. You see, we need house for what? To live, made for this body. For this body, we need a house. We need a good house. So to get a house, how much you have to work hard? A lot of, see. Then we need a car. And we need a good car. How the car cost? Because the body. Because the body, we need a car. Then we need a TV. Because the body, we want to see, So you say it's on and on. for the body, how much we go through. All the effort we are making to support this body. Then one day you leave the body. Then everything collapses. Then you don't need house, you don't need car, you don't need TV, you don't need any clothes. Oh, just you see, look at this. Sometimes you may not like when you talk about this, but just investigate. It makes sense or not. So why I should cherish so much this body? This body is just a foundation to study, practice Dharma. See, I'm grateful I have this precious human life because this body. I made the Buddha's teaching. I study, I practice. Now this becomes the foundation to free from samsara. I shouldn't make this body as a center of the suffering, but I should make this body for the foundation to free from samsara, to attain complete enlightenment. So this we have the choice. So when we have not met Dharma teachings, is our body, ordinary body, is we have what we have, as I mentioned, all these things, and we just go on. And then there are a lot of problems here, there, no. But if you meet the Dharma, then you see the Dharma teachings, the value of the Dharma, then you cultivate bodhicitta as we did this, no, like this, no, you call bodhisattva. Okay, you are called bodhisattva by taking this bodhisattva's vow. And you see this body turn into, it's called golden opportunity. Even though we have the mental afflictions, but the cultivation of bodhicitta is so precious. Now you are called bodhisattva. So you should feel such a great honor. We go forward to see bodhisattvas, great teachers, great blessings, you know. Now I have this opportunity with me. I'm so fortunate. See, this precious human life brought the meaning. Become fruitful. Just meditate, appreciate, rejoice yourself. And then meditate. Now I will never ever give up this opportunity. I only go forward. So meditate this way. I will not, you see, dilute this precious human life. I will act as the great bodhisattvas. Practice the bodhicitta. Purify my mind. When you purify your mind, purify your body. When your mind feels light, your body feels light. When your mind feels heavy, your body feels heavy. See? So it's how the mind makes the difference. See? So then, I'm here to benefit all sentient beings. Today, in front of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, I took Bodhisattva's vow to benefit all sentient beings. So I'm here to help others. No? Become the leader of the sentient beings. That's what's called Bodhisattva, which brought the fruit of the precious human life. which this body becomes the tool to help other sentient beings, to benefit all sentient beings. Without that, this is just foundation of suffering. Look at round everywhere, you see, now we're talking about, somebody yesterday said retirement. Somebody asked me if I have, who said, I don't have retirement. We're talking so much about retirement, because we're worrying about this body. When I get older and older, when I get sick, what should I do? Lot of fears there. See, now if a bodhicitta, see, how long I live practicing bodhicitta. You age with the dignity, with bodhicitta. See, as mentioned, when you suffer, my suffering purify all the suffering of sentient beings. So this is called training the mind. This is called training the mind. Train your mind this way. When you get sick, you're sick with the dignity, without fear. See? And more we practice bodhicitta, you die without fear. See? With the bodhicitta, if you die, definitely you'll be reborn where this Dharma teaching is. You continue life after life to practice Dharma. This is the power of the bodhicitta. See? So precious, you see. It's called alchemy. The metals turn into gold. Our ordinary body, which is like a metal, rusted, to turn into gold by the bodhicitta. Great bodhisattvas, you see, when you see highly accomplished the bodhisattvas in their practice, they have no fear. Free from all the fears. So we just meditate on these things. Without bodhicitta, ordinary body, as I mentioned, is a foundation for suffering. This is a samsara, no? This is samsara, not outside. We need so many things for the body. But now when you're bodhicitta, you just, as I mentioned, contentment. This is good, I got enough, thank you. If you got good lunch, thank you so much, I got good lunch, I'm happy. If you got some dinner, say thank you so much, I got dinner. You appreciate, you rejoice, you content. Life is so beautiful, you see. There's great joy. That's what Dharma practice is called, a joyous effort. You make effort joyfully. So when we're practicing Dharma, when the suffering comes, you can utilize your suffering to purify our mental afflictions. You see how much attachment I have. When there's no pain, no in a special sickness, you feel nothing special, But when you get some sickness, there's some pain, say, oh, maybe there's a big problem, maybe I should go to a doctor, what is their problem, Then you can see how much attachment we have. So that time, the Dharma teachings there help you And then you see, you purify. Otherwise, all the suffering in the samsara, useless suffering. Even you are born in the hell realm, is useless suffering. You suffer there, still you want it in the samsara. We are suffering in the aging suffering. Is useless suffering. No benefit. When you get sick, you just get sick, and suffering is there, useless suffering. But when you are bodhicitta, when they are suffering, it's useful suffering. You just transform your mind. You enhance your bodhicitta practice. You see the more vivid nature of the samsara and inspire you to more practice of dharma and purifies. So this is so look at all sentient beings. You see, sentient beings are victim of the confused projection suffering. I generate the mindset for enlightenment in order to establish you all in the non-abiding state. Non-abiding state is the state of the Buddhahood. There's a Sharavaka nirvana. It's one side. It's called one-sided, just nirvana. This is neither samsara nor nirvana. It's called non-abiding state of enlightenment. So we cultivate this bodhicitta. Say these prayers and meditate. Make sure you understand. And then you should repeat yourself. I'm so fortunate. I can practice this. Everything is impermanent. There's no time to hate anybody. There's no time to attach to anybody. I protect my mind in the bodhicitta. And bodhicitta is the best protection. Bodhicitta is the best refuge. Meditate on that. Then establishing the visualization. Next. Lord Vajradhara Jigdasumbu. So Jigdasumbu is the Buddha. As mentioned. Sits on a seat of the 10 strength. This is Dharmakaya's quality. It is called 10 strengths, 4 fearlessnesses, and 18 unmixed dharmas. Called the 32 excellent qualities of the Buddha. These are listed in that Guru Yoga. It's not printed. This maybe if I say a few words about this fearlessness, maybe easier, Other these 10 strengths, some words are difficult. In Tibet, it's called Neta Nema Imba Chembe Top. This is the powers, the strength of the places and non-places. It means you see Buddha's wisdom can give all the causality, how everything functions within the causality, virtue, non-virtue. It's very difficult. Even 10th Bhumi Bodhisattva cannot explain. So we need such a Buddha's wisdom, totally clear, that say, regarding to the virtue and non-virtue, cause of suffering and cause of happiness. Have you heard of Shariputra? In the Heart Sutra we have that, Shariputra asks, Avalokiteshvara, all these things, one of the Buddha's most gifted disciple who stands on the right side of the Buddha, you know. And the left is a Mongoliana. There's one story at the time of Buddha. Not far from where Buddha lived, there was one old man who's about 100 years old. Now he becomes so old, you know, could not do anything, the housework, cleaning, so forth. And then he got children, grandchildren, a big family. And then his all families, they're looking down on him, you know. So there's some they're saying, now he better die. No, it's not good for him. He is also suffering. It's time to die. So because of this, he was very depressed. Now I'm useless. What use should I have now? But then he heard, if you become monk, there's respect, there's honor. So then he went to the monastery, asked where Buddha lived, and he heard Buddha is gone some other place. And then he asked, who's the next to Buddha? And they said, Shariputra is there. So then he went to Shariputra. And he bowed to Shariputra. I'm here. No, I have these suffering problems. So can you ordain me? Give me ordination. And Shariputra looked at him. No, he can't read. He can't study. He can't meditate. Shariputra said, oh, no. This is out of all things, Your time, you have no time, You are out of all these things. You can't become monk. And then again he went to other monks, And then everyone said, when Shariputra cannot accept you to become monk, how we can do for you, You are outdated. Then he came back to the monastery, at the temple. He just was crying at the doorstep. And then Buddha came. And Buddha said, oh, what you are doing here, crying this. And then he just lamented and cried. I asked Shariputra to become a monk, and he said, I'm outdated now. I have no place to go. I will die here. And Buddha looked at him. Buddha saw his potential to achieve Arhat. So Mongoliana, Mongolia says, you come here. Make him monk and train him. The Mongoliana came. Now he also saw, he's so fragile, cannot see enough. So, but I cannot deny Buddha, So he said, okay, I will try, So Mongoliana took him to become monk. And then Mongoliana ordained him. And then he was staying with the monks community. And all the young monks, the new monk, all new monks come there and then pushing him, throwing him here, throwing rocks on him. And he was more depressed, So now in my house, all my family, they're looking down on me. Now I come here in the monastery, all the monks are looking down on me. Now what should I do? I better suicide, So he just went and prepared to suicide. And then Mongoliana just saw this, just rushed to him. Oh, what are you doing here? And he was a little embarrassed, but he explained, no, I have no purpose, I'm depressed. And Mongoliana thought he needs some special lesson. So they took him There's a long story. I think these stories I mentioned in my book, A Complete Guide to A Complete Guide to Buddhahood. There's one book I wrote. You should get that book. I put all this story in that. No? Then the long story goes there. At the end of the story, then there was in the ocean, Mongolian took him in the ocean side, Indian Ocean. And there's a huge, skeleton in the ocean. The ribs are so big, it's like you can walk on the ribs. And then he asks all the steps of those stories. At the end, he again asks Mongoliana, Master, what is this? And the Mongoliana said, this is one of your previous life. And he was so frightened. What was that? Can you tell me about more detail? And he said, one time there was a king. And then the king was very compassionate, looking after the people. But one day, the king was become busy playing casino. You know casino? And the group of people, king was playing. Well, during that time, there was a criminal in the country. So ministers, they caught him and brought to the king. So this person made this is crime. So what we should do with that? Because the king was so involved with that, his casino, playing, all the gambling there. Then king didn't have any time to think about it. It just said, just do it according to the law, So then the minister, they took him into court and executed. So after the king finished his gambling, came back to the palace and asked the minister to come. Where is that man you brought? And you told us, just act according to the law. So we executed him, and that means that he was killed. And the king felt so bad. I want to take care of my old people. I don't want to punish anybody else. I'm here to help. Now this is such a big mistake. So bad. He was so kind of regretted in that. But anyhow, then the king was born as such giant crocodile. You should say crocodile. Huge crocodile. The lower mouth is under the ocean. The upper mouth is in the space. So under the ocean, all the fish and shrimps, all the sea mammals, they nest. And the upper jaw and the up mouth, all the birds, they nest here. So he's opened his mouth, And one time, there was this a sailor came from the land, and a big ship went through, and nearby him, the crocodile. So then he felt really hungry. Maybe he wanted to chew those and also eat the people who they are sailing, And then those people, they saw this giant crocodile, and that said, refuge. We take refuge to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, When he said that prayers, without killing those, he died. So after many years, they washed all the skin, all the flesh, skin, all this. So that's why you are the rebirth of this crocodile. You try to suicide yourself, you think you are free from suffering. You never will free from suffering. You will continue to suffer in the samsara. Then he was so moved by these stories, all the stories. If I don't practice Dharma, I will be never free from samsara. I will continue suffering. So he got such a strong renunciation of this samsara. And he got the instruction from Mongoliana meditation. The Mongoliana gives just direct instruction to him. And he meditated there, one-pointed mind, with the shamatha, and special insight that he achieved the arhat. So Buddha saw that he has this seed to achieve arhat. Even the Shariputra has no wisdom to see that, you see. So that's called the strength, one of the strength. The fearlessness is, so when Buddha attained Buddhahood, then Buddha, as yesterday I mentioned, other day, then Buddha knows everything about the past, limitless past, limitless future, unending. And this, all the 10 directions. There's nothing which Buddha doesn't know. Everything, So when Buddha said, I attained Buddhahood, I know everything. Buddha has no fear to say that. There's nobody can come say you don't know this. See, it's called fearlessness, okay? And then when somebody is interested in Dharma teachings, and when Buddha said, like say, if you practice bodhicitta, you will attain Buddhahood. Nobody can come here say you will not achieve Buddhahood by practicing bodhicitta. So Buddha has no fear to say that, no, if you practice bodhicitta, Buddha has no fear to say that if you practice bodhicitta, that you will achieve Buddhahood. Nobody can come here say you will not achieve Buddhahood. So that's called fearlessness. Achieve the 4 fearlessness. So then when Buddha said, I purified all obscurations, nobody can come there and say, you have not purified this. So Buddha has no fear. Okay, fearlessness is this. 18 unmixed. Buddha actualized inseparable nature of the shamatha and vipassana. Even 10 Bhumi Bodhisattva don't have that ability. So that come there 18 those. So in the list, in the small booklet, the list is there. And it's not here also listed. I think not here, But you can find those. These are available everywhere, in the if you just click on the what are the 10 strengths of the Buddha, what are the 4 fearlessness, what the 18 unmixed, you can find very easily. So Jigtu Songwe has that kind of power of the Buddha, the 32 ability, the Buddha's wisdom qualities. Sit means he's the nature of that Buddha. So when you visualize Jigtu Songwe in the front, above in the space, you visualize as the embodiment of those qualities, nature of the wisdom, compassion. not something like a statue, not something like painting, but nature of that. Then it said here, with the measure and manner marks of love and compassion and bodhicitta, radiating rays of light. So there are 32 measure marks. There are 80 manner marks Buddha has. Okay. So Buddha's, this is the Buddha Sambhogakaya's quality. The first 32 quality is the Buddha Dharmakaya's quality. And then the measure and manner marks is the Buddha Sambhogakaya's quality. And then next, and non-conceptual enlightened activities reaching to all migrators equally is the Nirmanakaya, manifests until the end of samsara in all the different forms. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You need short break? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, Banza Sato Samaya, Mano Balaya, Banza Sato Denoba, Deja Dedo Membawa, Sudu Kaya Membawa, Subu Kaya. Anurado Membawa, Sarva Sede Meprayaza, Sarva Karma Susame, Zedana Shriya Kuru Hong, Ha 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 Ho. Sarva Tata Gata Bandra Mame Munzambar Zimba, Ma Samaya Sado. Okay, please make short break. Oh, Banza Sato Samaya, Mano Balaya, Bandra Sato Tenoba, Tijan Detum, Sudu Kayo Membawa, Subu Kayo Membawa, Anurado Membawa, Sarva Sedem, Sarva Karma Suzame, Zeda, Shriya Guru Hong Ha Ho, Sarva Tata Gata Bandra Mame Munzam Banzem, Samaya Sato Om Badra Sato Samaya Manu Balaya Badra Sato Tenuba Teta Tetu Sudo Kayo Membawa Subo Kayo Membawa Anurato Membawa Sarva Sitim Sarva Karma Suzame Setana Shriya Guru Hong Ha Ho Tata Gata Badra Mame Munzam Banzem Ma Samaya Sato Om Badra Sato Samaya Mano Balaya Badra Sato Tenuba Teta Tetu Sudo Kayo Membawa Subo Kayo Membawa Anurado Membawa Sarva Setim Sarva Karma Suzame Zetana Shriya Guru Hong Ha Sarva Tata Gata Badra Mame Munzam Barzem Ma Samaya Sato. Okay, now we'll continue this teaching of this Guru Yoga. Here, now next is the mantra recitation. So here is a very short mantra. Some other Guru Yoga, they have very long mantra, Namo Guru Beza Tri Loja Nata Rana Shiri. See, so here Rana Shiri Sarvasiti his direct name. Rana Shiri is name. Jigdasum is name. That in this name Buddha has prophesied in many sutras his coming. They are called Yeshi Yonsu Kyeban Do. Yeshi Yonsu Kyeba. Fully developed wisdom sutra. So in that sutra, Buddha very precisely prophesied coming of Jigte Sumgun. Jigte Sumgun and also his disciples. So he will gather millions of disciples mentioned. So there are some ask, what kind of short? I should have a personal short mantra recitation. Recite this one. It's a good short, Okay. Ah. Is a body. I is speech, and the hung is the mind. Hung. Body, mind, speech. In between, Rana Shri. In Tibet, it's called Rinchen Pel. Ratna Shri. Precious, the precious, glorious one. Precious, glorious one. Sarvasiddhi is all the attainment, including Mahamudra. Okay. Sometimes we use Mahamudra Siddhi Phala Hum, so it's included here. Sarva means all. Siddhi means achievement. Whom may I have realized all the achievements, all the attainments, both ordinary and extraordinary achievement. Extraordinary achievement is Mahamudra. So may I realize all the qualities of all the Buddhas. So this is the mantra. So when we chant the mantra, you can visualize or meditate from the Jigdasam will light radiate to all the sentient beings in the samsara. First, whole the samsara are purified, transformed into pure land. Then to the sentient beings, all the sentient beings, their sufferings are purified. And their sufferings are purified. And you meditate, all sentient beings achieve the loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta. They totally realize the loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. You should feel happy about that, because now you have cultivated bodhicitta. So from today now you say, I'm bodhisattva. See, so you should have that confidence. I cultivate. Actually, you see, when you receive all the empowerments, during the empowerment ceremony, there is bodhisattvas vow. See, every empowerment you have, but you don't pay attention, So, empowerment, deity empowerment. You never talk about the bodhicitta. There is, there's one special prayers, Kujo Sumla Taja, Deva Mega Sosa, Roya Gala Jera, Saja Jaju Vison, Saja Shoda Sojola, Jajupota Taja, I shouldn't have to Jaju Semi Jaju Chok, Semi Jaju. You say those prayers. This is all about the bodhicitta. I cultivate bodhicitta, I take refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha, and for the benefit of sentient beings, I cultivate bodhicitta, I achieve the bodhicitta. Please give me the bodhisattvas. All there, but you don't pay attention. And also maybe teacher also don't explain, but you just say in Tibetan, Then you say, okay, you just say that. Then you're just looking, what empowerment should I get? So that's why I said today, yesterday when we go through this ceremony, more emphasis on that, what bodhicitta is about. So you get some kind of emphasis on this. Put more emphasis on this. It's so kind of smoothing. It smooths your mind. Really, our whole life is so turmoil. Lot of chaos there, outside, inside. So within that, when the bodhicitta is there, it's like when the fire is coming and pouring water there, it just all slows down. Make that, see. Then after that, it's called the blessing supplication. You supplicate. There are a lot of prayers to supplicate, but here is very short. You see, in Tibetan, they do glory to the Mameze so far. You are the Buddha, Nakakula Paradipa. this one of the Buddha came all way back countless eons ago. This is described in the Jigten Sumgul's the life praise in the life story, meaningful to behold. If you look at the meaningful to behold in there, describe this Buddha, Nakakula Paradipa. That was Jigten Sumgun. First, he was a universal king. He gave birth 100,001 princess. And then that was the Buddhas of this Kalpa, 1000 Buddha. So the Jigten Sumgun actually is, the father of all the Buddhas of this 1000 Kalpa. Okay. Then Buddha was called Devamkara. The past Buddha Devamkara was rebirth of Jigten Sumgun. And then at the of the past, Maitreya in the future Buddha, Maitreya is Jigten Sumgun. And then the Shakyamuni Buddha, our Shakyamuni Buddha was now Jigten Sumgun, you see. So he's the embodiment of the Buddha of the past, present, future, you see. It's not an exaggeration. No, it's the reality nature. Then they said the reincarnation of Nagarjuna. So Jigten Sumgun was Nagarjuna's rebirth. Very precisely. He just himself accepted. No, my body is not the Nagarjuna body, but I know all the Nagarjuna's talked. So in the Nagarjuna's Ranavali writing the text, he said, the attachment, aversion, ignorance is a non-virtue. All the sufferings that come from that non-virtue. You see, all the non-virtues there. Absence of the attachment, aversion, ignorance is the virtue. So this is exactly what this morning I mentioned. Prescription and proscription. He prescribed all the virtue and proscribed all the non-virtue. You see, exactly same thing. It's the same way taught. And in that, you say, in that meaningful to behold, in that life story mentioned, it is easy to say, but difficult to understand. Even great scholars, they stumble on this. Difficult to distinguish. This is the demarcation of the samsara and nirvana. So cherish this. So this is such a precious, important teaching. No. So like that. So anyway, Jigten Sumgun was a reincarnation of the Nagarjuna and the peerless Ratna Shri. Yes, Lord Jigten Sumgun, I supplicate you, give me all the blessings. Yes, what do you have? Yes. So yes. Yes. But they also came on the planet. He came down. Yes. He was a Bodhisattva, from the 8th Bodhisattva. Yes, so not only in the Tushita. Yes. Yes, I understand. Yeah, not. Yes. Yes. So it's that's called inconceivable state of the mind. Now, sometimes your mind manifests as anger, Sometimes your mind manifests as attachment. Sometimes your mind manifests as a pride, jealousy, so forth. It's very paradox. It's a paradoxy mind. So what would you say? In the samsara, in the samsara we have all those. In the enlightened, on the other side, they have all these things. Yes. Yes, Bodhisattvas, and the samsara, this, and this. It's all a play of the mind. That's what it's called, Samsara is play of the mind. Nirvana is a play of the mind. So what we need, we want samsara, we want the play of the nirvana, not the samsara. Okay, so yes. Make sense? Yes. It's amazing, exactly, it's amazing. It's inconceivable amazing, It's incredible. Yes. Okay, that's good. Then, now here comes the practice, you see. Next, empowerment and dissolution here, you see. After saying these supplications, you develop such a strong devotion. All the nature of the Buddhas, blessings, wisdom, excellent qualities is now here in front of me to receive all the blessings into me, the best opportunity for myself in this time. So then you receive the full empowerment. Now here you see what empowerment means. You can understand. See here we have light rays emanate from the Lama's body, speech, and mind, dissolved into my 4 places. Yeah. Now from this, thereby purify the 4 obscurations, destroying the 4 empowerments, planting the seed of the 4 kayas. So this now here, purification, destroying the empowerment, planting the seed of the 4 kayas. Now I will explain. Okay. Now we chant this and you just relax. Now the Guru, the Buddha is in front of you. All the excellent qualities. And from Jiddu forehead, white light, okay, emerge, dissolve into your forehead and pervade your entire body. Meditate. All physical obscurations are fully purified. Okay? Your body transformed into enlightened body. Because you are visualizing Jiddu not as something substantial, but inseparable of the appearance and emptiness, nature of the wisdom. So that light, he says, mission dissolve into you. All physical obscurations, negative karmas are purified. Meditate. And this is called purifying the obscuration. Now receiving the empowerment is called the vase empowerment. Called the vase empowerment dissolve into you. Okay. The vase empowerment, when you receive your body, the 5 skandha turn into Buddha's body. Okay. This ordinary body purify, transform into the deity body. If you are practicing any deity yoga, you can meditate on that. Now see, I become Chandrasik, I become Tara, I become Vajrayogini, I become, Vajrakilaya, whatever you are practicing, you become that. also Jigto Sungun. Then, so that's the empowerment. Now, planting seed, you are planting the seed of the Dharmakaya. Okay, this first empowerment. Now, second, from Jigto Sungun's throat, a red light, which is the nature of all the Buddha's wisdom speech. Red light manifest from Jigto Sungun's throat, dissolved at your throat, purifies all the obscurations of your speech and negative karma, and see all the sound as an echo, mantra, the purification. Yeah. And then, so you received called the secret empowerment. Second, the secret empowerment. You have heard of that. You are empowered to practice the chakra channels, all those. Okay. Then third, that you plant the seed to achieve the Sambhogakaya. Okay. Then from Jigto Sungun's heart level, a blue light, pristine, pure, clear blue light. That blue light is the representation of all the Buddha's wisdom mind that dissolve at your throat, at your heart level. And meditate, you purify all the mental obscurations. All the mental obscurations, mental afflictions, negative karma, afflictions. So like say ignorance, attachment, aversion, pride, jealousy, so forth. All those purified. There's a purification. The empowerment you received called the third empowerment is called wisdom empowerment. You received the wisdom empowerment. You realize your mind is nothing but nature of the space. Total pervading nature. And then you plant the seed to achieve the Dharmakaya. Okay, now first Kaya, Nirmanakaya, Sambhogakaya, Dharmakaya, the third. Okay. Then from Jigto Sungun's navel level, a yellow light manifests. This yellow light represents all the Buddha's excellent qualities. Okay. Dissolved at your navel level and purifies all the obscurations, the duality. All the subtle obscurations are fully purified. Okay, there's purification. The empowerment is called the fourth empowerment. Sometimes called precious word empowerment. Called that. And then you plant the seed to achieve the Swabhavika Kaya, the fourth Kaya. You see, so this is mentioned. You purify four obscurations, receive the four empowerments, plant the seed of the four kayas. You see how this. So you just meditate. This is how to meditate, how to receive the empowerment. See. So just take it easy, relax. Then here next he said, the Lama then dissolved into myself. My mind is natural luminosity, emptiness. Then Lord Jigto Sungun melt into light that dissolves into you from your crown of the head and pervades your entire body, mind, and your body dissolve into emptiness. And then meditate. Yeah. See, that's the absolute state of the enlightenment. Unifying the Buddha's mind and your mind. See, your Buddha nature is now united with the Buddha's mind. And you meditate there. Uncontrived. Just live as it is. No need to feel I'm meditating good or not good or this and that. None of those. Just be there. Just relax, like nature of the space. When you go to the ocean side, look at the space. It's so clear. Unfabricated nature. That's your mind. Meditate there. And there you can meditate. It's called uncontrived meditation. Unconfined. Unconfined? It's unconfined mind. Free from all, boundaries. Just meditate there. You can meditate there as long as you like. See? This is why Vajrayana is so powerful. This is what it means, you see. Skillful means such a great skill through this empowerment ceremony. You receive all those teachings. Practice the purification. You purify your body, speech, mind. You see. It's called, adventitious obscurations. That obscurations that we have just need to purify. Meditate on this. This kind of meditation you can do when you go to the mountain. Or you can, when you go to the ocean, you just look at the ocean. Vast ocean. Mind is like the vast ocean. Unfathomable. It's the mind. See? That's why this all beginning is all necessary. You take refuge, you cultivate bodhicitta, enhance your bodhicitta. Then you chant the mantras, you supplicate. This all are necessary to have this kind of good result. A dry mind cannot do anything. So when you have the reason why I said this, or the quality of Jita Sangha, so that you can have some devotion. Devotion is called Mongde, blind devotion. It's not a blind devotion. Faith, blind faith. So you don't know. So, I'm so just cry. You have no idea what you're doing. So you get nowhere. But this devotion is connection, making the connection, bridge to the enlightened state in yours. So before you receive empowerments, I'm in the samsara. Please help me to free from samsara. And then you receive all this. Before you receive this empowerment, our body is ordinary body, ordinary speech, ordinary mind. After you receive all this, when you could do this step by step, then you see your enlightened state. See. So this you do every day. This is so short, you can do in the morning. If you can spend like 10-15 minutes, you can do. In the evening when you come back, if you're tired, you do this short meditation. And if you have time, you can spend time more on this, saying this, reciting mantra as long as you like. And you can say this supplication, blessing supplication. He has said 3, but you can do more if you like, like 10, 20, whatever you do. You develop such strong devotion. Then you receive all the blessing, this empowerment. That's what's called blessing. you receive the blessings. Okay? And sometimes people are so stressed. This is the best to release your stress. No. To get good sleep as well. You can get good sleep because then you're rested. When you're so stressed, you're so uptight. By receiving the empowerment, you feel more relaxed, physically, mentally. This one time I talked in Taiwan, a group of there. So I told the same thing like that here. Sometimes if you have hard time to get sleep, do this practice in the evening before you go to bed. One time, one lady came, she said, yes, I did that and it really helped me, she said. No. Okay. Then, after you are finishing, here you see all the footnotes are here, you see. I saw here now. So if you like, here's a footnote here. Then you can do the dedication prayer before you finish. You see, the Ham says through both the innate virtue and the virtue accumulated in the 3 times past, present, future, all that is times by all in samsara and nirvana, means all the session beings in the samsara and the nirvana beings, Buddha, Bodhisattva, Arhats, all this, whatever the virtue they have accumulated, you just all the virtues accumulated bring in your heart, and including your Buddha nature. All this, say now, may I, in all sentient beings, feeling space, none left out, realize the co-emergent ultimate realities. The co-emergent ultimate reality is Mahamudra. Okay. Co-emerge all the thoughts that rise with your mind, that all the thoughts that are coming out is nothing but is emptiness. It's Mahamudra. But we are grasping, holding on that. So their nature is empty. So realize the nature is emptiness. So say, may I realize by this practice and all sentient beings, Mahamudra. And attain the final state of non-abiding in existence or peace. So existence is a samsara. Peace is a partial nirvana, the arhat, nirvana, peace. So non-abiding, neither in samsara nor in nirvana. May I be with all the sentient beings' benefit. You say this dedication prayer. You see, it's very short. No? How many verses here? Only 5 verses. Okay. Now shall we do one session practice? Okay. First, relax yourself. Relax physically, mentally, Say, now this weekend has been so wonderful. We got discussions to study, practice all the essence of the Buddha's teaching. All the Bodhisattvas, relation of the Bodhisattvas found, is all the sutra system. Now this is Vajrayana, the essence of the Vajrayana. So both Sutra and Vajrayana, we got so fortunate. So this makes our practitioner a better human being. Less confusion, most kind of clear mind. We make less mistake. Help ourselves, help others. See, so feeling of so fortunate, privilege. Okay, now we chant one in Tibetan and English. You order to chant in English too, or now English you understood, but just chant in Tibetan. Okay, okay. So looks like you all speak Tibetan. No, today I have to be chant leader. Konchog Gyaltsen Lama Doro Je Chan Chanju Barato Mende Gyaltsen Jing Tuna Duge Narawe Rowanai Mene Sala Angujri Semgedo Konchog Gyaltsen Lama Doro Je Chan Chanju Barato Omende Gyaltsen Tuna Duge Narawe Rowanai Mene Sala Angujri Semgedo Konchog Gyaltsen Lama Doro Je Chan Chanju Barato Omende Gyaltsen Tuna Duge Narawe Rowana Mene Sala Angujri Semgedo Doro Je Chan Je Den Song Shai Doi Joy Menji Emande Den Lai Shun Jamze Semjo Ochenbe Setrum Tele Dome Drove Etadanya Omoiranashir Saravaside Omoiranashir Saravaside Omoiranashir Saravaside Omoiranashir Saravaside Omoiranashir Zarawa Siddhi Om Arana Shri 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 Zarawa Siddhi Om Rana 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 Sarawa Sede Omu Rana She Sarawa Sede De Lore Jana Maramenze Mao Chamba Adada Shajato Lo Joy Lodge Nyame Jebe Jede Song Shala So Wade De Lore Jana Maramenze Mao Chamba Adada Shajato Lo Joy Lodge Nyame Jebe Jede Song Shala So Winding De Lore Jana Maramenze Mao Chamba Adana Shajato Lo Joy Lodge Nyame Jebe Jede Song Shala So La me gozo tole se che da ne jire tembe edivje dan wa jele do Goshe Sabedin Lama Radem Rase Se Yeah, thank you. We'll do the dedication prayer. Koran de zomo sai ge zo je da da ka nyamo se je ma le ba de nama le je ge be de do de Sejre mene taraje sadojo. Yeah, thank you. So this is just one reminding, if in the case you are practicing this, get used to this. Since it is very short, after some time, when you become very used to this, then maybe you no need text, you can memorize, you use this. When you get sick, you can do this practice, When you get old, to do this practice. Especially when you are dying, when you are dying, then there are a lot of things, Parto teachings, power, a lot of things, Then you are having, sometimes you are having a hard time with the Lama, which Lama should call, who has more access, who has no access, all these things, So this you just, on your bed, you feel now you are dying, Maybe you have no energy to say loud, but in the mind, take refuge, you say briefly, cultivate bodhicitta, visualize Siddha Sungun, and then chant the mantra, few mantras, if you have not much energy. And then just supplicate once or twice or three, whatever you can. And then you just receive this full empowerment, step by step, in the mind. And then Siddha Sungun dissolves into you, and you just meditate there. This is the ultimate power. Dharmakaya power is called. Okay. The enlightened being Buddha united to your mind is called Dharmakaya power. And if your mind is not distracted from that, die with that, your rebirth will be better. So it's very precious, you see. This life, at the time of death, when you are dying, all means, as I mentioned, what gives us suffering is our mental afflictions, you see. Keep that in the mind. That we have to purify. Like this, when you receive empowerment, you purify. When you practice bodhicitta, you purify. Oh, this just purify all the time. No? Every time, just purify these negative afflictions. They are nothing. They have no any good qualities. They only give you suffering. No? That's what's called samsara. With samsara is something bad. It's not out there something bad, These negative emotions, they give us this all the suffering to ourselves, to others. Unnecessarily slaughtering many people, killing people because of these mental afflictions, confusions. That some are ruthless. They become ruthless because of mental afflictions. On the other hand, you see bodhicitta, how much is their power, a source of hope, wisdom, See, so that's the Buddha's teaching. We have to understand that nature, study about this, and practice about that. Then you are really holding the Buddha's teaching. Then you can say these kind of teachings may last long, until the end of samsara. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay.
Thanks, Rinpoche. Have a very profound and precious teaching. So many friends told me, "Oh, this Rinpoche's teaching is so profound, very, very helpful, very, very good." So thank you, Rinpoche. So you. So we wish you will be come back, okay, to us, please. Also, we like to thank Pauline translator for Vietnamese, and we thanks the cook the food. So yeah, also thanks the chanting master and all the volunteers, and Su Yang did the zone. Okay, thanks so much. And yeah, we after we offering the kata, we do a group picture. Okay. Thanks everyone joining us online and in person. Thanks. See you next time.